So good morning, everyone. This is Contacts and Continuities 2, 125 Years of Filipino-American Encounters, an international conference hosted by the School of Humanities and the School of Social Sciences of the Ateneo de Manila University and funded by the Juan Laurel donation to the School of Humanities. It is October 1, 2024, Tuesday, and about 9:30 a.m. in Manila. We are live streaming on the Ateneo de Manila University YouTube channel. I am Glenn Sevilla Mas of the Department of Fine Arts of the School of Humanities, Ateneo de Manila University, and I am your moderator for this morning. Our keynote speaker is Marian Pastor-Roces. Marian Pastor-Roces is a curator and art historian exploring the intersection of politics, cultural traditions, and the production and consumption of art. She is the author of the pioneering study, Sinaunang Habi, Philippine Ancestral Weave, and of Gathering, Political Writing on Art and Culture, a collection of her essays. She was the founding director of the Museo ng Kalinangang Pilipino and the founder of Tao Incorporated, a corporation which develops exhibitions. She has curated numerous exhibitions here and abroad, including the Philippine pavilions at the World Expos of 2006, 2008, and 2010. With Cristina Juan, she co-edits the Mapping Philippine Material Culture website, one of the digital humanities projects of Philippine Studies at SOAS. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Marian Pastor-Roces.
You don't mind if I sit? Yeah, simulan na po natin. I will begin and I will end on a very personal note. I'm going to begin and end with on a personal note, something that I don't usually do. But for this invitation, thank you very much, Nikki, for the invitation. I thought I might be able to contribute something to your conference by way of aminin na yung 1960s feminism na the personal is political, which dates me, by the way, to the 1970s. I thought that perhaps I would like you to give, to understand if you detect a rage in me or an anger, because this is not quite an academic paper, but it is full of rage. But you won't notice, I think, until the very end. So I'm hoping for that. So why do I think it might be a contribution to you? I realize that this is the literature section. And I thought that while I'm actually not going to address literature at all, because I kind of range all over the place, I thought that people in literature might be interested in some of my suggestions. All right? So what I am presenting is a critical view of nearly the whole breadth of the cultural infrastructures in the Philippines through the 20th century. It's a mouthful, and you won't hear that mouthful, but I'm just going to hint at the depths of it, of my disaffection. This paper is a sketch of a much larger book-length critique of the object of study. And like I told you earlier, you could call it an extensive rant, but I think it's important to convey, at this point in time, at undetected racism, unapologetic class bias, and neocolonial nationalism that's hardwired into the culture and art infrastructure. So, again, thanks for the opportunity. Let me, therefore, I'm trying to get it to move. I'll bring you home with me. And so I need the picture of my house. I hope you don't think I'm indulgent. Which button? It doesn't work. I thought I don't understand the gadgets. Right. You're going to see a picture of my house just to get along. Can we move to the third slide, please? All right. So welcome to my house. It was built by my great-great-grandfather, Capitan Alejo Acosta in Batangas City. It was Batangas at the time, in 1883. He was at one point a gobernadorcillo and successful as a rice miller and distributor of rice, although the house is not near the church or the plaza. So he wasn't one of the, what do you call them? The biggies of town. By the way, Batangas City was completely burned during the Second World War. So there are only 3 houses that are left in that place. I need to show you something, and it's a bullet. There's a bullet embedded in our door. There. And everyone, and we are a big clan, everyone gets to know from babyhood that this bullet was meant for William Howard Taft. And apparently he was there having a meeting, and so that story gets passed on and passed on. It's completely oral, no one can make any claim. However, I'm a curator, and there'll be a lot of museums that I'm going to touch on this morning. But when I did the museum for Batangas City, Museo Puntong Batangan, I had the occasion to send a research assistant to the U.S. Army Archives in Virginia. And you know how it is, you Xerox everything that you find. And so among the hundreds of photocopies was a letter of exactly the man who built the house, my great-great-grandfather, in his handwriting. And for some reason, I don't know how things like this happen, but it's his description of the bullet. So here's what he wrote. We found it there at the Army Archives. All right. So what does it say? Well, it does say that there was a meeting. It doesn't say that Taft was in the house because it's actually a list of the visitors. So the visitors were Felix Rojas, Jose Losada, Ramon Renato, and Pardo de Tavera. I don't know which Pardo de Tavera this was. So they came to the house to try to convince great-great-grandfather to join the Federalista Party to accept American occupation of Batangas. And as you know, Batangas did not capitulate very early. So, and then he described what happened. He says in the last line, tanto que en la nuestra de mis casa. This is very interesting because he says, he writes, consiste en una bala disparada al parecer detrás de la iglesia. Now, the funny thing about this, seeing this line, is that Lola always told her 10 children and grandchildren na galing sa likod ng simbahan yung bala. So to see something like this, and it really says Detrás de la Iglesia, it's quite a wondrous moment. So, all right. Eventually, I found out that the story is incomplete. No, this story is complete. The one that's being passed on in my family for the last 6 generations is actually a kind of myth. It's actually, but interestingly enough, William Howard Taft was in Batangas City, declaring Batangas under the Americans on the same day, because there's a date here, it's May 2, 1901. So while Taft was in Batangas City, he was not in my house. He was not in the house of Lolo. as you can see, because he listed down the people. Right. So when I found this, and we put it in the museum, the Museo Puntong Batangan, and I thought my uncles, all 8 of them, would be rather pleased to have the accurate rendering from a written record. But everyone in my family was completely indifferent to this piece of this letter. They kept telling the story of William Howard Taft in the house. To this day, if you go to my house, they will tell you the story of William Howard Taft being shot in our house. It's partially true, partially not true, but it is a myth. And when I went along my life as a curator, I was wondering the tenacity of a story that you actually proved was untrue. That this letter actually says that's not what happened. Lola's story and the story of her father and the story of her grandfather did not align. And that's one of those moments in my life when I realized the power of what you want to believe. The power of the story. Because my uncles never really batted an eyelash. They just went along. It doesn't matter if this is in the museum. It doesn't matter. So now, I hang around with friends who are fact-checking everything, and I hang around with friends who are, in the anti-disinformation campaigns, and I really suspect that there's much more to the idea of disinformation than just massive funding, than just genius at playing with algorithms. I think there's something else there. But it's very complicated, and there is no position that is stable. I mean, I certainly want to believe my family. But I certainly want, as a curator, for this to be given, because it's an interesting moment. And why? I was trying to recall, why would the entire clan stay with the old story? And I think it's because it is a story of resistance to the United States. Mas maganda kung binaril si Taft sa bahay. It's actually better for storytelling. Because as you know, Batangas is completely anti-American for a long time. And so the tenacity of the story has just gone on for the last 140 years. All right. I found other things when we were doing the museum, which were very curious, because by extracting data from the fincas urbanas at the National Archives of Batangas, we were able to reconstruct who owned what and whose house was where. And there, because the fincas urbanas put down where the street is and what their house was, and we found out that the streets, the entire town, changed overnight around the turn of the century. From, if you can see I can't really see it, but Calle Albuquerque, Calle Madrid, Plaza España is the town, etc., etc. No? So it's all Calle Gastambide, and now it is completely Heroes of the Revolution. All of the longitudinal streets are priests in the revolution, Padre Burgos, Padre Zamora, nagpalit talaga yung lahat ng karsada sa Batangas. Immediately, it's really interesting to see this, how the space was occupied by the opposite of the bullet story, a new story. But if this changed so drastically, kasi ngayon, Abini de Rizal, MH del Pilar, Graciano Lopez Haina, yan ang mga karsada sa Batangas City. If it changed so quickly, it was amazing because the revolution was in 1896, it's 1898. By 1900, nagbago na lahat ng karsada. So really quite interesting moments for a town. And I think for all of you literature people in the room, to me, it's the power of storytelling. And storytelling is not just, we're going to go into words later today, but it is words. You're embedding the words into the streets. but very quickly, very quickly. All right. And then we did manage to do a 400-year timeline because the church and archival sources were all complete. For some reason, it was, yeah, the church records are 400 years. The municipal council records are 100 years from the American occupation of Batangas, from the time Taft was there. So we can go on. This is just a little bit about my hometown. It was marvelous doing a museum in a hometown. So let me move on. It gets interesting. All right, that is the provincial capital. Please bear with me for my, kind of childhood ramblings. I'm hoping that this is not a ramble. The provincial capital was built in 1926. The place upon which it was built was not called Kumintang. It was called Sambat. When it was inaugurated, the Provincial Board of Batangas Province actually renamed the barangay to Kumintang. It's in an executive order. So you had the American colonial government putting this beautiful building, but they changed the name of the land and named it after Kumintang, which, as you know, was the name of the province of Batangas before it became Batangas. It was Región del Kumintang. I don't know what the governor was thinking, but they certainly made it a different place. Now, there's something else. It's the word Kumintang, which is an old song. Those of you who take up ethnomusicology will know that, and I have, my dearest friends are ethnomusicologists. They have told me that the song, Prinsesa ng Kumintang, for those of you who don't speak Tagalog or Filipino, the Princess of Kumintang. Of course, there's no such thing as a princess, right? But there's a story. And the story became a song. And the song is still sung in Batangas by the old-timers, even the young people now. It's quite nice. It's an art song, Prinsesa ng Kumintang. And it is, Elena Mirano, whom I am going to be quoting extensively here, she did pin it down to the Manila Carnival of 1921 was the first time it was sung, and by no less than the diva Jovita Fuentes, in a play that was directed by Epifanio de los Santos. So how very strange is this? This Prinsesa ng Kumintang. But more interesting, and I promise you we'll leave Batangas after this. More interesting was the fact that the story was of a woman who was there. Okay, this is in the song, and this is in the records of Batangas Province, the capital. There was a woman who was beautiful and graceful, and she was the daughter of a Datu. The Datu wasn't there when a Spanish missionary wanted to meet with the Datu, and the sound of the Datu's name kind of reminds me to the spurious 10 Bornean Datus, but never mind that. The important thing to me is that sa ganda daw nung babae, because of the beauty of this woman, the Spanish missionary knelt in front of the Spaniard. So the executive order creating Barangay Kumintang underneath the provincial capital built by the United States government also has the story of the Prinsesa ng Kumintang as the official history of the province. So myth had slipped into history already, and it had become a historical fact in the province of Batangas. So again, you have this powerful story, and it is powerful for a Spanish missionary to kneel in front of a beautiful woman. It's not often, right? So Batangueños actually hold on to this story and this song. And it became the official history of the province of Batangas. All right. So from that moment in the American period, in the 1920s, I reckon I reckon that there was something going on. Eventually, my grandfather, great-great-grandfather, accepted American rule. But the house in Batangas never accepted American culture, even when I was growing up. So there's this lingering something there. And it doesn't have to do with liking the Spanish, nor liking not liking the Americans. It was just this idea that you kneel to the Batangueño. It's very interesting because, as you all know, Batangas did not surrender to the American colonial forces until 4 years later. All right, so it's not all beautiful things, obviously, because Batangas' attrition in the Filipino-American War was severe, together with the cholera pandemic. I think 1/3 of the province of Batangas disappeared, were killed, and the United States inaugurated what we know from reading up or listening to the news on Bagram airfield or the Middle East, words like insurrectionist, still in use, hamleting, Sona, and waterboarding, which were inaugurated in Batangas. So the story is not pretty, actually. All right, let us move on. There we go. The Philippine-American War, this is not a history lecture, by the way. This is just about what's coursing through me as a curator. The Philippine-American War saw waterboarding, hamleting, etc., twinned with cholera, like the rest of the Philippines, which slipped into the American peacetime, would, had been the object of tremendous scholarly interest. And I'm sure you have read all that. There's an entire world of literature on this period in the Philippines. So obviously, I'm not going to begin to talk about it. But then it was also the time when artists such as Atang de la Rama, the first star, was singing songs like Bituing Marikit and Bayan Ko, unknown to the Americans. You all know this. We also note that her husband was Amado Hernandez, and that seditious theater deployed linguistic, musical, and scenographic devices to contest the new occupation. The kundiman became a coded medium for the desire for the lost motherland. Now, I'm not enough of a historian to figure out, it's not my job, I think, when Patria became Inang Bayan. I'm actually not sure, but by this time it was Inang Bayan already. The artist as political actor emerged from the early American occupation, both in continuity with predecessors who were active at the end of the 19th century. Siyempre, there's a continuity with the people like Jose Rizal, for example, artists as well, right? Or Andres Bonifacio, who was an artist. And in ways that are palpable, in hindsight, maybe not then, in hindsight, as textured by the brashness and youthfulness of the American century. It was brash, it was youthful, it was in many ways exciting, of course helped by La Leyenda Negra, which I believe you had talked about already, so I don't need to cover that territory. So, the period. Myth became history. I'm sure you will find this everywhere in the archipelago. I have been going around this archipelago and Indonesia, and it's very clear that in Indonesia, the mythology goes in another direction. In the Philippines, look at all the official records of the provinces and the cities, and you will find some myth as the origin of their town. In fact, I was telling my friends in the disinformation campaigns that perhaps really we did grow up with disinformation in this country from birth, that a lot of our stories are actually not true. But we actually love the stories, and it does not matter whether they're true or not, because the story is more important than the truth. Especially if the truth and the story are not so far apart. Like in the case of Taft being shot in my house. Hindi naman malayo masyado, di ba? All right. The example of Batangas City can be seen in different parts of the Philippines. Origin stories that are patently lore are understood as history by far too many Filipinos. It does give us something to think about the disciplinal lines. I'm obviously not suggesting that you break down the disciplinal frontiers that make history as a discipline, nor oral tradition as another discipline. But I do think that it's more confused than dividing lines. There are myth-making strategies that seem impervious to exposure as myth. It doesn't seem like the myth will die. Certainly in my house, it won't die for the next 100 years, I think. My family will continue to believe that William Howard Taft was shot in our house. The next two images are examples of American period imaginings that pass for reality. This is a little bit harder to... But you know, a typical amor solo, pastoral, it should be arguable by hardcore critics that this did not exist. But we think of it as real. I mean, this was the period of the first labor unions, and they all knew each other. This was the period of Isabela de los Reyes' Union, also his Union Spiritista, but also the first labor union, which was in a printing press. So you can't say that you can fantasize like this at will. Like, have you ever seen a rural scene like a European pastoral? It boggles the imagination, but as a matter of fact, it is hardwired into the Filipino. We believe this. We believe in the joy and the grace and the light of the rural areas. And then, of course, there is a discursive split between rural and, urban, or town and bukid. Now, I have another example, which is much more... Oh, sorry, it's the wrong thing. This is obviously this is Tolentino. But I'll read it because it does have a lot of assertions. The iconic, see, the word is iconic. And the reason I think that what I have to share with you might actually be liked by people who like literature is because the words actually will grab you. We keep using iconic up to now, but iconic symbol of the UP, the oblation. Even oblation is a very interesting choice of word. And then it's inspired by the second stanza of Ultimo Dios. All right, this is really laying it on thick, right? Envisioned in this monument with its nakedness and outstretched arms to exemplify the virtue of sacrifice. This is very loaded, sacrifice. I've been interested in sacrifice, but I need not tell you about it. But sacrifice as an Abrahamic penchant, sacrificing yourself to, suicide bombers and Christians. And so sacrifice, very interesting, very early in the 20th century. But I'm sure that's connected to something in the previous century. In the name of country, this is not in the name of God, because there had been a secularization. Thus, the term, its base is an assembly of river stones to symbolize, here we go again, laying it on thick, the archipelagic nature, nga naman, bato, right? Stones for the archipelago. I'm sorry, I'm not disdainful. I just find it an interesting piece of written text. The oblation is an excellent portrayal of the classical ideals of dignity, balance, and restraint as demonstrated in its stance and proportions. All right. Now, the mass of symbols projected as truth, as national reality. So we're now slipping into the territory of all of our scholars who have been studying this period, the racism that's embedded in the American occupation, the census, etc. Huge literature, many from Ateneo. And this is very interesting to me because this was just bought by GSIS. And for some reason, the people at the GSIS Museum see the Philippines in this Parisian life of Juan Luna. It's very, this looks like the Philippines. What is the desire here? I leave it to you. So of Amorsolo and Tolentino, and in fact Luna, but Amorsolo and Tolentino were early American period. Both looked into the scholarship of the period. They read the scholarship of the period. I'm sure the ones who do art history here know this. To understand prehistory, they were big on prehistory because, like Rizal before them, there was a huge investment in that lost civilization was the word used. And this is another one of those words that deserve real inquiry. Both visualized the materialized the nation as stillborn and nascent. Both were familiar with high modernity. Of course, they were familiar with high modernity. They both went to Europe. They saw the works of Cézanne and Man Ray and the Impressionists in Paris, but they maintained their commitment to their genres. Of the two, Tolentino was the unconvinced modernist, in my view. He maintained faith in Spiritism, and he founded the Union Espiritista ng Pilipinas. And Tolentino actually thought that his statues had soul. And that he was imbuing it, and he was in touch with the spirits. Amorsolo was not. Of the two, it was Amorsolo who was modernist in practice, able to produce artwork at industrial capacity. He would make hundreds a month. I suppose he didn't really care for the spirit of it, right? Because he was so skilled. All right. Amorsolo, Tolentino, and every other artist whose practices are located in the Philippines created, and to this day, created works that have sought to define the emergent Philippines, but have also embodied in their persons the purity of the nationalist ideals. So there is something here about purity, vested in nationalism, which you have all done your graduate school. You already know that this nationalism of the Philippines was very ilustrado. Ground was very frightening in many ways, and racist, which we will get into. It needs saying, however, that they thrive even after death in much larger cultural contexts under production, larger than the fine arts, so-called. These larger fields of study are rich territory for investigation. We can look at spatial coordinates, that's one way to go. We can look into the numbers and move quickly into the analysis of capital, moving into the rise of the so-called fine arts and the money that was circulating. That's very rich if someone wants to do that. Today, however, let us look into words. This is because American tutelage was American. I kept asking myself when I was writing this paper, if there was a continuity between the emergent ideas of nationalism with the Indios Bravos and so on and so forth in the 19th century, what makes this set during the American period, what makes it American? Because they use the same words. They used Ilustrado also. And I think the difference is English. The difference is American English. American English is the mind, the brain, even if it was still being learned, that mediated, through which that nationalism was channeled. And therefore, I really think that there's a lot of intellectual territory and a lot of scholarly ground that can be pursued after your conference. American tutelage was in American English, and it is, I believe, within language that the aspirations of Filipino artists and their social milieu are entangled in particularly American versions of racism, class bias, and neocolonial nationalism, because it was English. Back to my grandfather, this is not the great-great-grandfather, this is my grandfather, the father of my father. He was here in Ateneo, no, not here, in Intramuros, during this period. And he did say that in 1 year, there were no Spanish Jesuits. I mean, he was exaggerating, and there were American Jesuits, and they had to learn English in 1 year at the Ateneo. So it is interesting how language then, therefore, becomes something to study. And I'm pitching it to you in literature. And I mean it not only in a scholarly way, but as a poetics, as an understanding of the poetics of language, and what it carries and what it doesn't carry, and the evils that it carries, but the beauty that it carries as well, the aspirations that it carries in English, in American English in particular. But we all, of course, have to know that they were all learning it still. Let's begin, I suggest, by thinking about one, perhaps the one mythic construct that refuses to go away. And you will recognize this immediately. There, the 10 Bornean Datus. This doesn't go away. You know, from the time that William Henry Scott wrote his doctoral dissertation and published it in 1962, that this was a forgery, and there was this one, this Jose Marco and Pabon. No, that is 2022. They just built monuments in Antique to the 10 Bornean Datus. All right, and it is, yeah, they say maybe it's folklore, but it is the culture and history of Antique. Are you from Antique? So this is quite incredible. But it's not just Antique, it's the whole of Panay Island, and it's Cebu, and it's, you know, it's kind of everywhere. I told you the Batangas version. I can assure you that the Muslim versions are also equally fascinating. But the Bornean Datus have not died. So you wonder, what's invested in it? What is invested in the 10 Bornean Datus? Why do you like the story so much? Aside from the fact that, well, I'll tell you a little bit of an anecdote. I was giving a lecture somewhere in Negros, and I just said this casually. I said that, you know, it's a forgery and all of that. And I didn't realize someone was weeping at the back, crying. And I didn't know what it was all about. And there was a bit of a problem at the back. And found out that her family has always believed that they descended from Datu Puti. So her, you know, by my casual saying that it's a forgery, I kind of destroyed, well, I don't think I destroyed her world, but enough for her to weep. So what is this? Let me just throw you some ideas. I'm working on it because I have some friends who are saying that we do have to just, well, the National Historical Commission has already said that it is a forgery, all right? So there shouldn't be any question about the scholarship. But the question is more than the scholarship and the accuracy of the scholarship. The question is, it's a racist trope. Because the ati is always not human. In the story, the ati is the one that you are teaching, civilizing. The ati is always that. In ati-atihan, it's blackface. I mean, no one in the world now can do blackface like we do in ati-atihan. It's like we will be stoned in other countries for doing the ati-atihan. But we carry on, It's quite innocent. But in these stories, in these narratives, not only, and so I'm actually really indebted to a friend of mine who's a journalist who says, no, I'm not even after the accuracy from historical records. I'm after the fact that the trope is racist. And we are spending, by the way, the Philippines is spending, how can I say this? I could be wrong, but the amount that's spent on all of our festivals, Sinulog, Dinagyang, Ati-Atihan, etc., is probably, I promise to check this out, probably the budget of NCCA. These are very big events. This costs the Philippines a lot of money. And now there's monuments. So am I dismissive? I'm appalled, but I'm also deeply interested. So these monuments were unveiled in the capital of Antique. This is a full 54 years from the publication of Scotty's work, etc., etc. So we no longer give the Order of Kalansiao, of course, the highest order, because there was no, well, there could be in mythology. I mean, the whole thing obviously had some mythological roots. So now, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Man from Antique, they always say that, yes, maybe it is folklore. But they always say, in the next breath, but folklore is history. Okay, so this is very interesting from the point of view of words. Oh, 5 minutes left. All right, and here's a salakot. This was the 1967 World Expo in New York. Isn't that a great salakot? And then there's this Botong Francisco bas-relief, which, from the myth to history, it said in the brochure for the 1967 New York World's Fair that it is from myth, 12 large. This is actually written by whoever was the PR at the time. Carved panels designed by the well-known Philippine artist Carlos Francisco, the story of the islands, So you know what I'm saying here. It's not as though we can't tell a myth from, or a piece of folklore from something else. But there you go. Okay, let's skip this, because I really wanted to get into the words. But here's the Dinagyang in Wikipedia. It's patterned after the celebration of the Ati-Atihan. So we know it was copied from Ati-Atihan, which was invented in the 1950s. So it says that the bodies are covered with soot and ashes. That's blackface. And then we know the Marcos government, actually this is one entire paper or book. The Marcos government was making all of this happen in the 1970s. All of it, except Ati-Atihan, which was earlier. So let's look at Ati-Atihan's Wikipedia. Here's the cultural history of the Ilonggo, and it says, according to folk history, the Biniday in Binidayan is a boat. All right, let's skip this. I just want to point out that even here, it says the couple's two daughters, Uhay Tayanon and Uhay Salangaon, later married, the culture heroes, Labaw Donggon and Paibare. So those are the heroes of the epic of the Suludnon. So those are not human beings. Those are the epic heroes of the Hinilawod. All right, maybe we can skip this because I have a very few. No, wait, I'm just trying to see when it said that it was AD something when it began. All right, maybe the next one. Okay, so it's on and on. Here, this is the official Ati-Atihan. Back to 1212 AD. How on earth did they put a date on the Ati-Atihan? After a group of Malay chieftains. So here's another word, Malay. And Dr. Aguilar had done a very serious piece of work on the Malay, and many people in your Philippine Studies group here, so consult them on the word Malay, settled in the island. So I am just very curious that it has a date, and therefore the Ati-Atihan is called the oldest festival in the Philippines. Let me observe, the Ati are Filipinos in blackface, all blissfully unaware of the outright racism. The Ati are objects of civilizing missions. The Santo Niño is an infant, and infantilized Christianity. It emerged it is growing. The Santo Niño grows. Diba? Sometimes it actually literally becomes bigger. Yes, I kid you not. These are the dynamic aspects of this myth. The spectacles of street dances are always performances of the primitive. This is the primitive writ large, but via, I venture to say, Hollywood. The Africanesque movies of the 1950s and the 1930s, not Italy, not the street spectacles of Italy or Spain, I think. But you can contest me on that. The music is intended as thumping percussion, not without precedent, of course. Core musical forms are percussion, or a lot of it is percussion, but amplified to ecstatic levels. This is always to drive you to ecstasy. Very interesting. I remember going to Ateneo in the 1970s, and obviously you got yourself into ecstasy by any means possible. The visual kinetic aesthetic is, yeah, I think 1950s Hollywood. But I need to study this. The religious fervor is likely real for many participants. There is palpable similarity of the physical danger in fluvial parades and the Quiapo Nazareno procession. The phenomenon of the Filipino frenzied religiosity exceeds the productive use of the words folk Christianity. Those words will not do for trying to understand what's going on. So I was told that I have run out of time. You know what might be good is if the audience asks questions to correct me. Here's a really interesting one, because it's kind of close to me, because once upon a time I was a textile scholar a long time ago. And it did, in fact, say that this is the official Wikipedia. And it did say that costume, elaborate and colorful costumes by the participants. These costumes serve as a way for people to honor and celebrate Ati culture. Well, nothing could be farther from the truth. I don't need to say anymore. The costumes often take inspiration from traditional Ati clothing. That is not true. That is patently untrue. They feature bright colors and intricate patterns. Not true either. They actually have very little clothes. Yeah, and then feathers and beads. So you can see that the elaboration of the so-called Ati wear is an elaboration fully in our time. And I know that this is driven by now, from the Marcos period to now. It is driven by the Department of Tourism, and that tremendous monies are given to these events. And the whole idea, all the way to now, let me just bring it to now. And this really gives me grief. Fashion designers, haute couture, kuno, they're all over the indigenous areas of Mindanao and the Cordilleras, and very few of them know anything about what they're encountering. They certainly don't know the wars that happened only 50 years ago and still happening. They're completely unprepared. I'm perfectly willing to go on record for my critique of the fashion design phenomenon that's going on right now. And it comes from the idea of costume. And you know that the idea of costume comes from Botong Francisco, Pitoy Moreno. You can trace it all back to, I'm not going to do that, but somebody should be able to trace the idea of costume to Bayanihan Dance Company and Folklorico, Filipinascas, and the other national artist. All right, we can stop right there. I just wanted to say that we are helped words and taxonomizing systems. Census, somebody that did the work on the census, very good. The classification, the taxonomies of the census, the Christian, not Christian, the superiority supposedly of Malays. I'm supposedly Malay and I'm superior to other people, and the work's been done. All you need to do is do the bibliography. All right? Thank you.
So thank you very much, Ms. Pastor-Roces. So we now have time for questions from the audience. For those in the auditorium, please approach the microphone. Please give your name and then ask your question. For those watching on YouTube, please enter your questions on the chat box. Charlie is from Aklan. I am from Antique. We grew up. Yes, and then we have buildings in Antique, for instance, like our provincial stage has the Dato Maricudo Salakot, and then we grew up taking exams about Reina Maniwangtiwan with her. I'm sure Charlie is also very familiar with these supposed historical.
Thank you.
So yes, if you have questions from the audience, yes, please, microphone, and please say your name.
Good morning, I'm Charlie. And I really love how you presented these things. I know it's really difficult. I can feel how you struggle to share it to us, especially when you said that people are after the story than the truth or the facts, especially if the story is not far from the truth.
May I just interrupt? I cannot sit in front of Philippine culture and be completely contemptuous.
Yes,
I can't do that.
agree.
There
Yes.
is no moral position for doing that.
Yes, ma'am. I agree with that. So my question, because I can feel also what you feel, because I'm also a professor of culture, especially the Bible, and there are parts that are sometimes we easily believe, and rather than checking if it is true or not. No, so my question is, how are we going to communicate, or what is the best approach to communicate the truth or facts in contrast to the traditional beliefs of the people? Because we know that as Filipino people, we're not really driven by truth or being rational in so many things, and sometimes we base our belief on, like you've said, no, that many parts of our country were based on myth or folklore. So my question is, how are we going to communicate these facts to the people, especially that we are living in the days that in literature, the construction also partly taking place, the postmodern where meaning are being assigned, or it depends on the person, how you interpret things. So how are you going to present these facts or truth to these generations or people, ma'am? Thank you so much.
Thank you for your question, because I think we need to unpack that. And I really have to apologize to you because your assumptions are the ones that deserve to be looked into. Firstly, postmodern theory is not relativistic. These are bodies of philosophical, the philosophical bodies of knowledge and ways of thinking. So I cannot subscribe to the idea that current philosophical work is relativistic. Certainly not with quantum mechanics right now. You really have to get very close to the grain of data. Otherwise, you'd be completely wrong. Your experiment will go awry. The other thing that I do not agree with you, if you'll forgive me, is that must we feel negatively? I mean, I'm not going to go to the Quiapo Nazareno procession. I will be trampled.
Yes.
That would be ridiculous. However, and I am not exoticizing it either. I look at the spectacle, and it is spectacle in an American version of spectacle, not a European version of spectacle. I think that we need to mobilize our capacity for empathy. I think we need to mobilize our capacity for philosophical analysis, very rigorous, but also our capacity for the empathic soul. It's hard to do, and that's why what I'm trying to present here is very tricky. I can scream up and down Rojas Boulevard, laughing at all of the parades that have happened in Rojas Boulevard. But I can't say you are all idiots. That is an untenable position, even as a cultural critic or cultural studies scholar, such as I am. So, no. What might work? Because I know you're struggling with this. I'll give you a really terribly hard case. I know that we didn't have kings and queens in this country. We didn't have royalty. Zero, nothing. Of course, you still see Ayala Museum presenting the gold as kingdoms. And the word royalty is used there. And the curators are friends of mine. So, as you can see, this is actually very hard. So, kung walang reyna ng I can actually enjoy all the queens that we have invented. Reyna ng Vix, Carnival Queen, Miss Gay Philippines. What can I say? It's a lot of fun. We keep inventing queens, right? Imelda Marcos, without letting go of your critical capacity. And I'll tell you when the critical capacity is absolutely necessary. I'll tell you, this is not an anecdote. I actually verified this. There's a young man who was working with me, and he's from Camotes Islands, where nearly all of my house help come from. Listen to this because this is very important for political history. And so he, gay man, he would normally apply to the provincial governor of Cebu for the sinulog. So many of them, maybe more than 20 of them, get hired by the provincial government of Cebu. You know this also, right? They get hired to choreograph. So they are asked to go all over the province of Cebu, all the way to Camotes Island, to the islands off the coast of Cebu, to choose people, choose young school children to dance the sinulog. And this happens like 2 years before. All right, so in those 2 years, this man, this choreographer, is taking care of these children because he will be personally responsible for getting the children to go to Cebu City for the sinulog. All right? Kasi he's the mother hen of the entire group, okay? Including making costumes, including etc. Now, let me tell you something that I was gobsmacked. This is also the way of electoral fraud. Because the choreographer is also in charge of the parents of those children. And they will know who they're going to vote for in the next election. So this is election fraud at an industrial scale because it begins 2 years before the election. So if you are actually distributing money so that you become what have you in Cebu, you don't need to give somebody who you know is not going to vote for you, right? Because your spy had already told you that that family is intransigent. Dilawan yan, hindi yan boboto sa'yo. Because so there's this this is when your critical imagination now has to set in. There is something dark that is happening. I can be happy at the sinulog. I certainly can. I can be happy at Las Vegas versions of Bagobo dance in Davao. But I ask you to take a look at the underside of all of these festivals, and I know for a fact that they are funnels for political aggrandizement, at the very least, or electoral fraud, and God knows what else. All right, so you see the difference between the heart and when you stop and you say, now that's terrible. All right, thank you.
So thank you. Does Charlie have a question? So anybody else from the Visayas? Yes, please, thank you.
First of all, thank you for this interesting lecture. I think you did offer a lot more than maybe you think you did, and I don't see that anxiety. I see the rage that you mentioned at the beginning, but I don't think it's rage, it's critical thinking. My name is Irene, and my question is more of a comment as well. I think you touch on very philosophical matters here, as you just said, and it's the question of truth. And I think you brought us to the table the fact that art, in painting, in language, in festivals, is a truth maker. And it is a truth maker, like, or not, or, well, my question here would be, like, if we do consider that truth doesn't exist, what is this obsession we find in truth with saying this is not true? Does it really matter whether it is true or not when we don't have access to real truth, where we can go back to the facts of history and still question a lot of things, because history is also, to a certain extent, of course, not completely, because otherwise we'll have nothing, a fictionalized thing. So everything from culture to literature is a way of creating these myths, right? And we live off them, right? Advertising will sell us the story of success in a certain way. And this is all fun, as you also just said. And I wondered then, what would be the best way to approach these things? You point also to the fact that this is maybe a critique of the cultural industry that exists everywhere as well. When I see a painting of Goya, and I am Spanish, and it refers to this particular group of people, I am from Murcia, I have nothing to do with that. I don't feel represented. I don't feel represented with a flamenco tableau, for example, but it is part of these icons and myths that are created in relation to a culture. So my question would be, what is the best way maybe to approach this? Would it be to think about the choices in truths that are being told by these performances and these fictions in any way that art does them, rather than what is at stake, right? What is the final objective? I'm wondering simply here, right? Would it be more interesting or perhaps more also respectful of the actual things that are being done, like racism, for example, to have that question, can I see this as an example of racism, or can I see it as a different thing, right? So my question would be just simply to speculate, and what would be, and I guess the question from our colleague here pointed to that, like, do we just teach it in contrast to historical facts, or do we just analyze it as semiotic science, perhaps? And maybe here I'm coming with my more kind of Western education, right? As semiotic science, right? As meaning makers that would be useful for anyone in any case, in any way, for example. Thank you.
Thank you so very much indeed. I'm grateful for your question because it allows me to spend more of your time, because I do need to make things clear. I'm not positioning any such thing as a truth and untruth situation here. However, what I'd like as a first, you're asking what can be done. I don't think there's any easy what can be done. But I am biased for academic rigor. That's a bias of mine. Now, if you have academic rigor, you not only try to get to the granularity of your data and the expertise to analyze, because analysis is another matter entirely. And that's where you need to be, firstly, quite skilled with your theoretical underpinnings, because it does lead you to certain synthesis. But also, because we live in the 21st century already, an incredible capacity for self-criticism, for asking yourself, how did that arrive here? How did I work with the constructs today of posthumanism in a way that actually vilifies 1,000 years of humanism, which you can't do. But you and I and everyone in this room are part of a moment in history. We are in the 21st century. We know that the Anthropocene has really destroyed the planet. So there are guardrails that you can use intellectual skills to try and see where they are. Because there's no choice. The planet is going to get destroyed if we don't make this highly self-critical judgment of our own work, which is what we learned from the last 50 years of post-colonial discourse, right? Self-reflexivity, self-criticism. It wasn't possible before. Anthropology, when it was beginning in Europe in the 19th century, was not a self-critical enterprise. Neither is journalism today a self-critical enterprise. When I work with journalists, it boggles my imagination that they don't really think of themselves as other than heroes. I'm sorry, they are my friends. They are really my friends, and I support them. But the main driver of energy is this is the heroic path of, what do you call this? The line, keeping the line. All right. When I say intellectual rigor, there are very easy steps. Like, for example, where did truth come from as a philosophical whole? I mean, we did come from like many centuries of positivism, and it became bigger and bigger. Positivist science became bigger and bigger. You can check with that how they arrive at certain truths, right? Because it is an engine for thinking. And when you apply your engine for thinking on a particular set of data, then you realize that that's how you get to so-called truth. Now, people like me who were born and were active intellectually, during the moment when the truth systems were being battered, we cannot now say that down with everything. That's not possible. That is stupid. You can't do that. There's a book that I highly recommend to everybody. It was written by two Marxists who are, to me, a little bit too romantic. Michael Hart and Anthony Negri, one of them still in jail in Italy. And the title of the book is Empire. And it's an old book now. And Empire talks about empire as not having, obviously we know this now, it has no center. You don't know where the center of empire is. It's not in New York, it's not in Paris. It's certainly not in Tokyo. Empire is where we live. Empire is the entire planet. We are interconnected. You're inside the empire. So what is resistance inside the empire? Now, that's very hard to think through. Because you don't have a platform to say, ibagsak. You'll have to find a way of resisting onerous arrangements of power without the uncritical view of yourself as some kind of hero. All right. Now, this is all philosophy and this is all politics, which are my two fields, politics and philosophy. But I'd like to end, and maybe this is the final thing, by giving an example. I'm afraid it's my example of what little by little we can do. That's not so hard philosophically. For example, at the Prado is a mediocre painting of Juan Luna. It's called La Muerte de Cleopatra. So Juan Luna's there. Juan Luna's painting in the Senado of Madrid is also equally, I'm not sure whether it's it's the Battaglia de Lepanto. But it was commissioned by the King of Spain at the time. All right, so they're hanging there in Spain. I wish I had a picture of La Muerte de Cleopatra, but it's the work of students. And painting Cleopatra, Rizal and company were having fun. Remember, Rizal was Cleopatra he dressed himself up as Cleopatra to be the model for this painting. So I'm indifferent to this thing that's honored by inclusion in the Prado. Now, on the other hand, and I wish also that I could show this to you, there are two incredibly beautiful pieces, Bagobo Ikat, at the American Museum of Natural History. It is exquisite. I really think that this is the high point of ikat dyeing in Mindanao. And of course, it's been there for 120 years. Well, since 1910. Laura Watson Benedict left them in New York. So what is the American Museum of Natural History? It is natural history. So this incredible thing. And I don't say this from a nationalist perspective. Obviously, I'm critical of nationalism. But it is by sheer art history, by sheer analysis, It is exquisite, those two fabrics. It's there with the remains of monkeys and dinosaurs, right? That's what a natural museum history is. The American Museum of Natural History is a natural history museum. So it's there if you want to look for it. You'll just have to go through Margaret Mead's collection and plants and animals and indeed apes. Now, I have nothing against apes. All I'm saying is there is something seriously the matter with taxonomy. How did that mediocre painting end up in Prado? Of course, we know why. And how did this exquisite Bagobo textiles from 100 years ago, why is it languishing in a natural history museum? They've taken care of it very well, by the way. It's beautiful. Taxonomy is something we can do something about. This is no big philosophical anything. We could contest taxonomizing agendas and programs of museums on the planet. We can do that. That's not philosophically very difficult. There are things that can be done without really, banging your head and trying to speak French and, trying to understand Derrida in French. There are easier things to be done, and I can give you a list of things that can be done right now. I am helping Dr. Cristina Juan of the School of Oriental and African Studies in University of London, the global inventory of Philippine materials that are spread all over the world. It is, we already have uploaded, with the permission of 33 museums, more than 30,000 Philippine materials. It's all available to you. It's online. It's something you can do, diba? These are online projects. It's hard lang because you have to ask permission from the museum directors. All I'm saying is that this by no means exhausts things that you can do without really knocking yourselves in philosophy. Thanks.
Yay, thank you very much, ma'am. So I'm afraid that we are out of time. So let us give our speaker again a warm round of applause. So thank you for a most fascinating, thought-provoking morning, ma'am. So you're all invited to the first panel of today's conference on literary contact zones that will also take place in this venue, maybe at 11:15. In the meantime, there is coffee at the foyer and books for sale from the Ateneo de Manila University Press and Vibal Publishing. We will resume at 11:15. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you again, ma'am.
School of Social Sciences of the Ateneo, the Manila University. It's October 1, Tuesday, 11:20 a.m. in Manila. We are live streaming on the Ateneo de Manila University YouTube channel. Good morning to everyone. My name is Hidde van der Wal. I am a teacher in the Department of Fine Arts in the School of Humanities. I will be the moderator for this panel, panel 10 it is. Panel 10 on literary contact zones of US-Philippine relations. We have 3 speakers who will each be given 15 minutes to present their papers. After that, the audience online and on-site will have an opportunity to ask questions. For our viewers on YouTube, you may submit your questions in the chat box. Our first speaker is Charlie Samuya Veric, a poet, curator, intellectual historian. Charlie Veric is the Leo A. Cullum S.J. Professorial Chair in the Humanities and the founding director of the Literary and Cultural Studies program at the Ateneo de Manila University. He is the author of 5 poetry collections, the most recent of which is Songs from Manunggul, and it's available there as well. He is completing a book at the moment, a manuscript titled Forging the Post-Colony, Cultural Cold War and Filipino Decolonization, which builds on his earlier book, The Children of the Post-Colony, Filipino Intellectuals and Decolonization. A former fellow of the Johannesburg and Stellenbosch Institutes for Advanced Studies, he holds a doctorate from Yale University in American Studies. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Charlie Veric.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hidde van der Wal, for promoting my book. That was not part of the deal, but thank you in any case. Welcome everyone to this particular session. We're so pleased to see all of you. The National Summer Writers Workshop was the brainchild of the husband and wife team, Dr. Adalberto K. Tiempo and Dr. Edith L. Tiempo, who were the only holders in the Philippines of the PhD in creative writing when the institution was founded in 1962. Touted as the first of its kind in Asia, the National Summer Writers Workshop was launched during the dry season, and it was designed as an annual gathering that would last for 3 weeks, similar to the one at the University of Iowa, in which the Tiempos themselves had participated. The National Summer Writers Workshop had a 2-pronged orientation, focusing on the craft of beginning writers on the one hand, and the cultural authority of the critics in the academy and of the actors in the book industry on the other. By Adalberto K. Tiempo's account, and I quote, Silliman workshops were designed firstly to help serious creative writers, both published and unpublished, to discover their own strengths and weaknesses as writers. And secondly, to stimulate their creative faculties and develop their critical insights through frank discussions of their works in regular sessions and in informal gatherings among their colleagues, as well as with literary critics and publishing editors, end quote. The orientation of the workshop was significant in that it deliberately captured emerging writers as it expanded the influence of established authors. Equally important, it included the movers and shakers of the publishing industry. At the same time, the workshop entrenched the cultural authority of writers, critics, and editors who were allied with the workshop's version of good writing. Put differently, the workshop from the beginning was decidedly about the creation of cultural capital and currency, in which the political economy of prestige was a central undertaking indeed a reason for its being. A quick look at the roster of visiting lecturers that Tiempo drew up in his chronicle would reveal the scope of the workshop's cachet early on. They included the likes of Bienvenido Santos, Nick Joaquin, you can see him, third from the left, NVM Gonzalez, F. Chanel Jose, Francisco Arceliana, Karima Polotan Tavera, Rolando Tino, Miguel Bernard, Recaredo de Mitilio, and Leonidas Benessa, among others. The two-pronged approach was also evident in terms of the geographic positioning of the workshop. Its primary audience was national, consisting of local authors, but it was also international, creating a strong link with the Asian region, the US, and beyond. Since 1963, I quote Tiempo here, other Asians have also come to these workshops. These included Mr. Ko Won, generally considered to be one of the greatest contemporary Asian poets. There had also been observers from Malaysia and Singapore who came to learn so that they might introduce similar workshops in their respective countries, unquote. A strong link with the US was also initiated from the start, with Paul Engel, the director of the workshop, after which the National Summer Rogers Workshop was modeled, and Leonard Casper, the professor of creative writing at Boston College and a Fulbright visiting professor at the University of the Philippines, joining their local counterparts in Dumaguete. These national and international networks enabled the meteoric rise of the workshop's reputation in the country and beyond. Shortly after the founding of the National Summer Rogers Workshop in 1962, for instance, universities in Manila emulated the setup and created their own version, including the UP National Writers Workshop, which was founded in 1965. Over the last 15 years, Tiempo wrote to assess the first 14 years of the workshop in 1976. About 175 of the best young writers in the country, many of them winners or eventual winners of the prestigious Palanca and other literary awards, have participated in these writers' workshops. From the start, an appointment as a writing fellow has been regarded as a mark of recognition in Philippine literary circles, end quote. Proof of its growing reputation beyond the country, Tiempo observed further, were the expressions of interest in joining the workshop from abroad. And I quote, applications for admission to the Silliman workshops, he said, have likewise been received from Sri Lanka and as far away as the United States and Africa, end quote. The vast geographic scale demonstrated the tactical positioning of the workshop that cultivated future Filipino writers, served as a model for other Asian settings, maintained a link with the US, and attracted interest from the other parts of the Third World, including the Indian subcontinent and Africa. The workshop was accordingly not only an exercise in prestige making, but was also a geopolitical tactic with a global reach. Equally remarkable, the National Summer Rogers Workshop had been able to distinguish its ideological and aesthetic orientation from the very start, as though it emerged Athena-like. Less than a decade after its founding, for instance, the UP National Writers Workshop was already propping itself up as an alternative to the National Summer Writers Workshop. Consider the fictionist Luis V. Teodoro, who laid siege to what he perceived to be the de facto ivory tower in Dumaguete. Writing in 1981, Teodoro recalled the tested debates that took place a decade earlier at the UP National Writers Workshop in 1971, which involved the Tiempos on the one side and the young writers who demanded social relevance on the other. Teodoro did not mince his words, and I quote, "Made in the USA and frankly imitative of Breadloaf and Iowa," he said of the National Summer Writers Workshop. And he continues, "The Filipino Workshop spiritual lights are the new critics, as these have been interpreted by the Tiempos, Franz Arceliana, NVM Gonzalez, Bienvenido Santos. Any workshop worth its salt has been expected to assume that the consummate attention to craft and refinements of form should be the first, if not the sole concern of the writer, end of quote. But there was a growing discontent. According to Teodoro, the new critical ethos of Silliman had been in constant assault. The new writers are beginning to demand, if not something else, at least something more, and I quote. It was a battle between the brown new critics and the politically gung-ho new writers. In Teodoro's account, then, the UP National Writers' Workshop in 1971 became a virtual critique of the National Summer Writers' Workshop. The composition of the lecturers for the former reflected the emerging political conscious batch of writers, including Bienvenido Lumbera, critic and poet, and Engagé professor at the Ateneo de Manila, Hilacio Guillermo, Jr., whose socially committed poems are among the most beautiful one can find in Philippine poetry, Ninochka Rosca, whose book of stories, Bitter Country, demonstrated the invalidity of the assumption that relevance and competence are exclusive of one another, and Ricardo Lee, whose Filipino short stories are not only triumphs of technique, but of social insight as well, end of quote. For these writers, literature was understood in its historical specificity, namely anti-colonial and nationalists. Needless to say, Teodoro and his peers were taking potshots at the Tiempos, who were also around as lecturers at the 1971 workshop. Edith Tiempo responded directly and castigated, as Teodoro would recall, and I quote, the presumption of those who would inflict their vomitings upon the reader without knowing what poetry should be, and in effect took issue with the idea of committed literature by warning that the writing of poetry should not be an experience similar to going to the bathroom. There is a relief, but only temporary, end of quote. Tiempo reminded the audience that poetry should be, and I quote, far from disposable, asserting that it should be able to last because it is founded on universal values, end of quote. The other half of the Tiempo team, Adalberto, sided with his embattled wife at the same workshop. Seen thus, the 1971 UP National Writers' Workshop directly questioned the orientation of the National Summer Writers' Workshop. According to Teodoro's account, the UP National Writers' Workshop promoted a more socially conscious approach, in contrast to the trend that the National Summer Writers' Workshop had set formally, to wit, a new critical orientation that valorized the formal qualities of literature above all. While there is truth to Teodoro's depiction of the ideological and aesthetic stance of the National Summer Writers' Workshop, his dichotomizing formulation flattens its far more complex history, especially in relation to the emergence of Filipinization at Silliman University as the institution adjusted to the transition that the US grant of independence to the Philippines had triggered after 1946. In other words, the danger with Teodoro's account is that it props up Lumbera and others as a direct opposite of the Tiempos. The former are nationalists and anti-colonial, whereas the latter are colonial and anti-nationalist. The real score I wish to suggest is somewhere in between. The establishment of the Summer National Writers' Workshop in 1962, for example, resulted from the gains of the founding of the literary journal Sands and Coral in 1948. In fact, the objective of Sands and Coral prefigured one of the main thrusts of the Summer National Writers' Workshop by 14 years. More specifically, Sands and Coral sought to, and I quote, maintain a higher literary standard among our campus writers, 2, stimulate genuine creative thinking, 3, develop a keener appreciation of the more serious creations of our students, end quote. As early as 1948, long before Adalberto K. Tiempo got his doctorate in creative writing in 1958, creative writing as a field had already been deployed in the maiden issue of Sands and Coral. One of the original contributors to the first issue was Tiempo himself, Adalberto, whose training in the US Academy, particularly at Iowa, was expected to bring back to Dumaguete the most recent trends in America. So you can imagine, a town by the sea was pretty advanced and pretty connected to the cosmopolitan world outside, and I'm referring to the world of creative writing, the world republic of creative writing, as it may. Upon his return, the magazine noted, perhaps we may then be permitted to disclose certain wonderful, revolutionary, and brow-raising plans of the English department. And so the English department at Silliman saw itself as ahead of everyone else in the post-colony. It is easy to conflate the tiempos in the workshop with the spread of creative writing in the US and its transplantation in the Philippines. That their education in creative writing and its promotion in the Philippines was an unthinking propagation of American ideas. While half of this notion is true, it is not everything in that it fails to note the undercurrents of Filipinization that shaped the emergence of a new literary culture in Dumaguete in particular, and in the post-colony in general. Filipinization was a crucial element that motivated the emergence of a new literary culture in Dumaguete and across the archipelago after the war. Sands and Coral was published 2 years after Philippine independence in 1946, effectively serving as a venue for the development of new post-colonial voices in literature. By responding to the needs of campus writers in the wake of Philippine independence, the magazine enabled the production of local literature in English. By cultivating local literature in English, the magazine contributed to the making of national literature and helped to entrench literary writing in English that would overtake Spanish as the language of elite culture. The spirit of 1946 and the succeeding movements for Filipinization were therefore a crucial part of the new literary culture at Silliman. Yet it should also be acknowledged that the kind of Filipinization that emerged in Dumaguete was a variant of the type that resulted from the confluence of decolonization and the Cold War as historical forces. To grapple with this complex history requires the reconstruction of the genealogy of the American presence in the Philippines after 1898, the role of the Presbyterian mission in the history of the university beginning in 1901, the founding of Silliman Institute before it became Silliman University coincided, in fact, with the arrival of the Thomasites in 1901. And the transition to post-colonial statehood in the years leading up to 1946 after the Second World War. Grasping this history is necessary because it will compel us to redirect our attention away from the tiempos and the National Summer Writers' Workshop. This way, we begin to understand the larger institutional and political configurations that were at play, enabling us to go beyond personal intentions to comprehend the assembly of forces that produce the workshop as an embodiment of the underlying processes of decolonization on the one hand, and the Cold War on the other. I don't have the time to explain that particular process in this presentation, but I can welcome your questions later on. The Tiempos and the National Summer Writers' Workshop were part of this larger design, allowing us to grasp the composite historical forces that generated the field of creative writing as the new Filipino post-colony was emerging. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Veric. Our next speaker is Luisa L. Gomez. She is an instructor at the Literary Cultural Studies program here in Ateneo de Manila University, and she's at the moment also a PhD candidate in English Studies, Anglo-American Literatures at the University of the Philippines, Diliman. Her research interests include comparative literature, authorial studies, and canon formation. And she's on recording, right? No, okay, she's here. Yeah. So she couldn't make it here, but she has been so generous to give us a recorded presentation. So, ladies and gentlemen, Luisa Gomez.
Hi everyone, good morning. My name is Luisa Gomez. I'm part of the Literary and Cultural Studies Program panel. Thank you once again for allowing me to present and participate in this important conference. It is with such honor that I am sharing the stage with my colleagues, with my colleagues and with the Ateneo community in general. I am very sorry that I'm not able to present there on site. I hope this recording will be enough to acquaint you with my research work and present something that is relevant to the theme of this conference. Allow me to begin by contextualizing my research problem.
My apologies, we switch the video. It's not showing on YouTube.
My colleagues, with my colleagues and with the Ateneo community in general, I am very sorry that I'm not able to present there on site. I hope this recording will be enough to acquaint you with my research work and present something that is relevant to the theme of this conference. Allow me to begin by contextualizing my research output in general before I share with you my work on literary biographies on Joaquin. Okay, so in general, as a researcher, I'm interested in Joaquin's afterlife. This is stemming from my PhD dissertation on Anglo-American Studies at UP Diliman. So I'm interested in studying Joaquin's afterlife in relation to commemorative acts, especially within the context of Centennial Joaquin. So when I say commemorative acts, I want to talk about Posthumous Joaquin, a survey of commemorative acts that remember his canonicity. I also look at biographies, the writing of Joaquin's life and career that's anchored on the biographer's agenda, and I want to also look at Penguin Joaquin just to analyze how new additions add new context to canonical writers, in this case, Joaquin. So on biographies on Joaquin, I am quite interested in some of these examples that I'd like to share with the audience today. There's a title called A Portrait of the Artist by Nick Joaquin, as Nick Joaquin by Tony Joaquin, a family member of the author. It's a conventional biography. It's structured by chronology, and its attitude towards Joaquin is reverential. Also look into the biographies, especially the short ones written by Gasil Mojares. His focus on historiography or Joaquin as a historian, and his attitude, interestingly enough, towards Joaquin is also reverential. I'll also look at the biography of Vicente Rafael, his focus on Joaquin as a storyteller, and found it interesting that his selections of Joaquin's writings emphasize certain points in relation to Benjamin's framework on storytelling, also reverential in a sense in tone. My question as a researcher are covering the following points. Why focus on these three biographies? They show that biography is a necrophiliac art. Their works are commemorative in nature. They function to confirm and validate ideas about Joaquin, like what we already know. And I'm also interested in what is in Joaquin that makes him so appealing to different sectors. So essentially, I also try to address Why, 100 years or more after Joaquin's birth, why would we be interested in his biography? What agenda is being reinforced in Raphael's framing of Joaquin, for instance, as a storyteller, in which he focuses only on certain works of Joaquin? How is this related to Mojarra's emphasis on Joaquin as a devil's advocate? And I think also the more important question is what's the point of writing a biography that does not seem to contend or challenge any discourse pertaining to Joaquin's relevance? So let me now read to the audience the conference paper that I have shared with, that I have prepared for this morning. And read it and and you'll be guided by certain key phrases through the Canvas slides. So, tentatively titled Cultures of Commemoration and Posthumous Literary Biographies of Joaquin, I write, in Shakespearean studies, cultures of commemoration refer to the active reimagining of an author in the present while ensuring their remembrance in the future. These practices involve more than the preservation of a literary figure's work. They include biographical narratives, critical discourse, and cultural honors that contribute to the shaping of their legacy. This framework can be extended to explore the posthumous representations of Nick Joaquin, one of the most celebrated Filipino writers in English. Despite his self-profiling as a devil's advocate who challenged conventional thinking, Joaquin's literary reputation remains uncontested, a status secured and reinforced through various forms of commemoration. I am interested in the diverse commemorative practices that shape the narrative of Joaquin's greatness. His continued recognition as the greatest Filipino writer of his generation, as noted by scholar Rasil Mujares, reflects not only his contributions to, to literature during his lifetime, but also the posthumous mechanisms that maintain his canonical status. Posthumous biographical writings, awards, and scholarly tributes keep his cultural presence alive, creating an enduring image of Joaquin as an essential figure in Filipino literature. These representations, however, are often based on selective portion of his body of work, raising questions about the complexity of his legacy and narratives that surround him. In Doreen Fernandez' essay, Kilala Mo Ba Si Nick Joaquin, Fernandez grapples with the challenge of defining Joaquin's identity. She frames the question, do you know Nick Joaquin with another? Which Nick? In doing so, Fernandez points to the many dimensions of Joaquin's life, his personal character, his bravado and generosity, and his public persona as a revered Filipino writer. The essay reveals the limitations of knowing a writer fully, especially one as multifaceted as Joaquin. For readers, especially those unfamiliar with him personally, knowledge of Joaquin is filtered through acts of remembrance and commemoration. These acts, which shape his posthumous reputation, invite critical examination into how they construct and perpetuate the image of Joaquin that we know today. My work on Joaquin generally explores the ways in which the posthumous commemorative practices influence Joaquin's legacy and cultural significance, grounded in critical frameworks that address authorship, canon formation, and biographical genre. um, the research centers on three key questions. How do posthumous representations of Joaquin reconfigure his persona? How do these representations contribute to his canonization? And how do commemorative acts ensure Joaquin's continued relevance more than 100 years after his birth? By focusing on case studies of biographical writings, critical essays, and public honors such as the National Artist Award, I will analyze how these commemorative practices sustain and reshape Joaquin's place in the Filipino literary canon. Mm. In recent years, scholars of book and print history have redefined authorship by examining not just the act of writing, but the broader process of textual reproduction. Transmission, textual production, transmission, and perception. Robert Darnton's concept of circular literary network underscores the interconnected roles of authors, publishers, readers, and cultural institutions in the life of a text. This broader perspective informs my analysis of Joaquin's posthumous reputation, particularly how biographical writing serves as a material and interpretive act that contributes to his ongoing cultural relevance. The biographies of canonical authors like Joaquin are not merely factual accounts, but are also narrative constructions that reflect the values and priorities of the time in which they were written. Biographical writing as a genre occupies a unique space between historical documentation and narrative storytelling. Biographers must balance the need for factual accuracy with the demands of constructing a coherent and engaging narrative. As Michael Benton argues, both biographies and fiction share a commitment to narrative continuity, though biographers are constrained by real life chronology and the limitations of historical evidence. This research will examine how biographers of Joaquin navigate these challenges, constructing a narrative that both celebrates and reinforces his status as a canonical figure while also potentially obscuring the more complex and contradictory aspects of his life and work. One of the central case studies in this research is Tony Joaquin's biography, A Portrait of the Artist as Nick Joaquin. Sorry. This work follows a conventional biographical approach, tracing Nick Joaquin's life from birth to death and highlighting his many achievements, including his literary accolades and his conferment of the National Artist Award in 1976. The biography is infused with personal anecdotes and recollections from those who knew Joaquin, portraying him as a beloved figure, a generous godfather, a unique personality known for his love of San Miguel Pier, and a singer of American tunes. However, the biography also serves as a hagiographic narrative that idealizes Joaquin, presenting him in a way that aligns with his elevated status in Filipino literary culture. By focusing on the celebratory aspects of Joaquin's life and career, the biography reinforces his greatness while leaving little room for critical engagement with the complexities of his work. This tendency towards hagiography, defined as a genre that idealizes or excessively praises its subject, can be seen across many of the posthumous writings on Joaquin. While biographical writing often seeks to strike a balance between celebration and critique, hagiographies focus primarily on the subject's virtues and accomplishments, often at the expense of a more nuanced or critical portrayal. In this presentation, I argue that posthumous biographies of Joaquin, such as A Portrait of the Artist as Nick Joaquin, function as hagiographies that reinforce his canonical status while downplaying the complexities and contradictions of his life and work. The role of literary biographies in canon formation is particularly significant in the case of authors like Joaquin, whose work continues to be read, studied, and celebrated long after their death. These biographies contribute to a collective memory that emphasizes the significance of the author, thereby ensuring their place in the literary canon remains unchallenged. The continuous production of literary biographies, critical essays, and public honors, such as the National Artist Award, not only celebrates Joaquin's achievements, but also positions him as a singular figure in Filipino literature, one whose legacy must be preserved and perpetuated. At the same time, it is important to acknowledge the selective nature of these commemorative acts. Joaquin's literary reputation is based primarily on a small portion of his vast body of work, raising questions about the criteria by which his greatness is measured. The narratives constructed around his life and career focus on particular aspects of his writing, such as his contributions to Filipino literature in English and his role as a cultural figure, while other elements of his work, such as his more controversial experimental writings or even the ones considered as part of popular literature, or the ones, yeah, popular literature, are often marginalized or overlooked. This selective focus contributes to the idealization of Joaquin as a writer, whose significance is unquestionable, even as it limits our understanding of the full scope of his literary contributions. In conclusion, the posthumous commemorations of Nick Joaquin play a crucial role in shaping his legacy and ensuring his continued relevance in Filipino literature. Through biographical writing, public honors, and critical discourse, Joaquin is continually reimagined and celebrated, securing his place in the canon. However, these acts of commemoration also raise important questions about the construction of literary greatness, the selective nature of biographical narratives, and the role of hagiography in shaping our understanding of canonical authors. For this presentation, I tried to at least introduce this angle on studying an author very much read in relation only to certain short stories or a play, or some of his novels. I hope that this research will provide you with another perspective on studying the Nick Joaquin canon and Nick Joaquin as an author. Okay. Um, I know that some of you might have questions regarding my points, especially in detail about the content of this biographies. I aim to publish the result of my output and the finalized parts or chapters of my dissertation soon, and you'll know more about them, and perhaps I'll share them with the community. Look out by perhaps following our Facebook page, the Literary and Cultural Studies Program Facebook page of the Ateneo, the Manila University. If you have more questions, you may just message the program or email me through lgomez@ateneo.edu. Thank you everyone for enduring, for listening to my presentation. I hope to got something out of this brief introduction to my research interests as a scholar, also in the context of the theme of this conference, contacts and continuities. As all you all know, if you, there's a master in Philippine literature in English who's able to, yeah, take a look at provide perspective on um, colonial history, American education, Nick Joaquin is the perfect object of study. I end my presentation here. Thank you everyone for listening. Goodbye.
Thank you so much, Ms. Luisa Gomez. Our final speaker is Maria Gabriela Martin. She is an instructor at the Department of English and the Literary Cultural Studies program here at Ateneo de Manila University, where she finished her BA in Humanities and MA in Literary and Cultural Studies. Among the courses she handles are Global Voices and Encounters, Western Literature, Literary and Cultural Theory, and Methods in Literary and Cultural Research and Practices. Her research interests include literary history, Philippine literature, and cultural sociology. Her articles have been published in Critica Cultura, Unitas, Perspectives in the Arts and Humanities, Asia, and Rupkata. She is a co-author of Beyond Borders, Reading Literature in the 21st Century, a senior high school textbook, and managing editor as well of Critica Cultura. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Martin.
This mirrors the big screen.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone, including my students. Okay, now, so I'll begin with an introduction of Bourdieu's field theory and the related concepts of symbolic capital and habitus. So my study of contemporary Philippine-American literature takes its cues from field theory, habitus, and symbolic capital. In Bourdieu's framework, fields are social spaces where individuals, social agents, interact with other individuals, inherited dispositions, and structures as a means of accumulating either economic or symbolic capital. In the literary field, for instance, an author's habitus, which includes his skills, dispositions, knowledge, training, predisposes him or her to accumulate a certain symbolic capital, which is a type of valuation associated with prestige, recognition, which are, of course, the stakes in the field. So his concepts forward the view that literature participates in the social world and its representations, which includes the modes of perception it generates and their reception, can propound or remedy symbolic violence and other forms of domination. Writers, readers, and critics are thus tastemakers whose strategies preserve or transform the field's space of possibles. That is, the hierarchy of genres, schools of thoughts, and practices. Apostol and Castillo represent a significant development in Phil-Am literature in emphasizing the role of reading, both in their literary works and their authorial marketing strategies, which includes interviews, giving keynote speeches, promotional or marketing practices. Both in their own ways present themselves as authors who are more or less made and continue to be made by what they read. Reading for both authors is an authentic self-reflexive act, which I argue allows their cultural capital to be converted to political capital. So I will sample the following, backtrack. Right. For Apostol's body of work, I will sample the following essays. The last one is recently added. So I just watched yesterday the keynote address that she gave as a recipient of the Inuit Chair in Democratic Ideals conferred by the University of Hawaii in Minoa. So I will include her essay, Borges, Politics and the Post-Colonial, which came out in the LARB Review in 2013, Art from the Seeds of Violence, her foreword to the Penguin edition of Joaquin's The Woman Who Had Two Navels, and Tales of the Tropical Gothic, her afterword in Philippinex, American Studies, Reckoning, Reclamation, Transformation, rereading Noledo, which is her foreword to the 2023 reprint. For Castillo, I will focus on her book of essays, How to Read Now essays, and will read excerpts from, although all of these texts, all of these essays, more or less give us a good idea of here what she means by reading well, okay, or how inheritance should replace the logic of empathy. I will mostly focus on rereading teaches us empathy and other fictions. Okay. So field theory is instructive in my study since it acknowledges that meanings of the text are also determined by extra literary influences. And in fact, Bourdieu's field has been a relevant method for historicizing national and transnational literature. This suggests that a literary text defines itself through its relationship to other cultural forms or practices in terms of themes, genres, modes, and devices. Sorry, I skipped a slide. Bourdieu's field is a site of struggle structured by oppositions, such as, for instance, the dominant versus the dominated, and hierarchies that ensue from the differential valuation given to economic and symbolic capital. It's moving. Sorry, I'll skip again. It's okay. No, it's okay. I'm here. Sorry. More specifically, the sociological study of literature attends to the mediations between literature and the conditions of their production and reception. Such an understanding renders the creative act, or creative writing, alongside the social characteristics of authors and readers, genres, book markets, and other modes of consumption. Bourdieu's field provides a dynamic account of how conflicts that say accrue between aesthetic styles, modes of representation, and literary tastes have structured the past and present literary landscape. It also explains how acts of borrowing or appropriations of the past by the present, as when, for instance, Rizal's works are quoted by a number of contemporary writers in their self-accounting, can alter the space of literary possibles. Thank you. Field theory considers literature as a process with its own laws and stakes, which writers invest in, in relation to the choices that they make. That is concerning narrative voice, language style, and genre. And these options, as realized in the literary field, compete for symbolic capital, which tends to manifest itself as forms of prestige or recognition. So for instance, historically in the field of literature, you have competition between established writers and newcomers, mass-produced books versus literary titles, the avant-garde versus bourgeois theater. I will have to skip this quote, sorry. So I have 5 minutes left. But this is useful. Definition of symbolic capital. So symbolic capital is defined as accumulated prestige or honor, recognition. It's the known capital of consecration. This also refers to the acquisition of a reputation for competence and an image of respectability and honorability. So, symbolic capital, okay, is that which enables, okay, literary establishments, okay, and academic institutions, okay, to consecrate authors, okay. And such a mechanism, okay, allows for a number of models, okay, to acquire canonic status. And this is very much integral to the field's dynamic. National authors, for instance, okay, given the amount of symbolic capital that they have, can access, okay, international audiences as well. Okay, so I'll jump to a secondary source, okay, that I found useful, okay. So this is Martin Ponce's On Becoming Socially Articulate, okay, transnational Bulosan. So although the disposition of self-reflexivity and its metonyms such as double consciousness has longer history in the Phil-Am literary field, Ponce's article is instructive in its reading of Bulosan's attempts to reconcile aesthetics and politics in Letter to a Filipino Woman, which is addressed to the wife of S.P. Lopez. Here, Ponce discovers a Bulosan who is as much concerned with literary form as with political radicalism. Bulosan's attempt at giving a literate voice to the social takes its cues from Hall's concept of articulation as a joining up and a giving expression to. So those concerns, okay, also inform America is in the Heart. Okay. Okay, 2 minutes. Okay. So in Jean Apostol's works and her authorial strategies, reading is indeed an act of, or is framed as an act of innovation and revolution. So this is a key passage from the essay Borges, Politics and the Postcolonial. So here she states, an obvious problem that faces me as a writer from the Philippines is that the texts that define me are more often than not written by my country's conquerors. O'Connell's description of Borges's public self can be read as a description of the colonized. A divided self defined by stories whose central presences were not people but texts. It is impossible to perceive who I am except through acts of serial reading. Okay. And this is how she reads Joaquin in the introduction to the Penguin edition of Joaquin's work. Joaquin reads his country like the visionary madman in Candido's Apocalypse. People walk about exposing their truths naked, but they do not know their own truths. Anachronism, psychosis, time-traveling fantasy, mirrors ghosts. There are structures with which Joaquin sets the view awry in order to see it more right. Okay, and then last, okay, from, sorry, excuse me, from Elaine Castillo. Okay. So in Castillo's essays, okay, she sets up the significance of inheritance. Okay, so as opposed, okay, to its poorer counterpart, which is empathy. Okay, so allow me just to read the second bullet. Okay. So here she admits, I'm far more interested in inheritance, in not being a person or a nation sui generis, not some manifest destiny American settler who, in the noxious words of equally noxious Rick Santorum, thinks we created a blank slate, we birthed a nation from nothing. Understanding who we are from the perspective of inheritance, not freedom or exceptionalism, means knowing ourselves as fundamentally made possible by and fundamentally reliant upon other people, both living and dead. Some we may know intimately and some we may never know. Okay. The last one. The kind of art and the kind of artist that would refuse entirely this reliance and inheritance is the kind of art and artist that is afraid to know the ways in which its making, its freedoms, its universality, its predominance is made possible by webs of connections, violences, erasures, and enclosures. Sorry for going over time. So that ends my presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. We now have time for some questions from the audience. Those of you who are in the room, you may approach the microphone, state your name, and ask your questions. Those who are on YouTube, please write your questions in the chat box. Thank you.
Good morning. My name's EJ Ofilada from the Department of Interdisciplinary Studies here in Ateneo. Thank you both for your presentations. I'd just like to put what you said in conversation with our keynote speaker's observation about, I'm assuming she's referring to writers in journalism who, as she says, tend to see themselves as heroes. I'd like to ask, based on your research, is that something that's also part of the habitus, to use the concept of being a writer? So when we talk about Luis Teodoro or Gina Apostol, do you see this one self-fashioning of themselves as heroes or as revolutionaries? And on another dimension, is it something that the field does? To bring up Luisa's presentation, does the field try to prop up notable individuals as heroes?
In Apostol's case, I think her lionizing Rizal is a type of heroization. When she always attributes her respect for multiplicity, her admiration for the double vision, hybridity, so literary critical terms. She more or less considers Rizal as at fault for that. But then she also crosses over and compares Rizal to Borges and other European writers like Nabokov, so in other essays. So it's, I suppose, an interesting strategy, so one that allows her to explain her creation as a writer. And also, I suppose, in a more cunning manner, situates her success, or what she offers as a novelist, alongside the achievements, of the three. So that's Nabokov, Rizal, and Borges.
Thank you, EJ, for that question. And it speaks directly to the concern in this chapter that I'm working on the history of the National Summer Writers Workshop at Silliman University. And so when you look, for instance, at the existing historiography related to the topic, there's very little. It's almost non-existent. So that's the first thing that you get to realize when you start thinking about the history of. And so you wonder, everyone wants to call Edith Tiempo mom. Right? They want to associate themselves with Edith Tiempo, and in that sense, Edith Tiempo is a heroine, a goddess, a literary goddess of sorts that everyone wants to associate with, so that they would be counted among like the children of the tiempos. And so the idea of self-fashioning is something that you can find in literary circles. But that has resulted in very little historiography. So there's a lot of adulation, there's a lot of admiration, but very little history. So when I went to Silliman, for instance, to do my research, I was afraid that I would find nothing, because prior to leaving for the city, I was warned that I would find nothing about the tiempos. So to remedy that particular situation, what I did was to move away from questions of self-fashioning to questions of historicizing. So I tried to situate the National Summer Writers' Workshop not in the context of personal prestige, but in the context of the history of the institution itself. So I moved away from the person, and drew myself closer to the historical documents. So I looked at the letters, the journals that were published, and by looking at the journals and the letters, I was able to reconstruct the bigger history that shaped the institution, which is the National Summer Writers' Workshop. And what I hope to do is to provide that historical thickness to remedy what one might call the tyranny and small-mindedness of authorial adoration or admiration.
Thank you.
Thank you, EJ. Do we have any other questions? From YouTube, maybe, Robbie? Yes.
Hello again. My name is Irene, and I'm one of the speakers for this afternoon. My question has to do with the quote that Luisa brought about by Elaine Castillo that says, understanding identity as inheritance is better than understanding it as freedom or exceptionalism. And I find it very intriguing and nice and also problematic, especially in the context of post-colonial Philippines, right? So how do we understand this inheritance? Is it, the trouble of thinking about it from a foreign history, let's say, and whether it is an acceptance of a past that can perhaps be actualized by living in the present, right? We cannot change the past. So how do we understand inheritance as a past thing or as the actualization of who I am in the present? Or just to maybe talk a little bit more about this idea. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. So I think the bullet that I skipped can address it. So this, I suppose, is the central argument really of the entire book. So it's in the title, okay, which is a very ironic, okay, treatment of empathy. So right before she presents that idea, she explains, okay, what her main complaint is. So I'll just read from the text. So here she says that the idea that fiction builds empathy is one of incomplete politics. The result is that we largely end up going to the writers of color like herself to learn the specific, and we go to white readers to feel the universal. So it can be problematic because it suggests some kind of a universal envy. Okay, that but it's, I think, a very realistic and also pessimistic view, no, of how our readers are divided, no, according to that kind of understanding, that there are literary works, okay, that more or less serve empathy, in that it borrows a very ethnographic, okay, viewpoint, and its metonyms are multicultural, okay, and also post-colonial, and that it sets up a very false, okay, expectations about writers of color, that they're limited in terms of what they're expected to publish. That, for instance, they have to talk about oppression, slavery, patriarchy, and they're not really being read for what other writers, okay, their white counterparts are expected to deliver.
Thank you. We have one last question, and it's from YouTube. Anna Alves comments, "Thank you, Charlie Veric, for your illuminating presentation. I'm most intrigued by your suggestion to look at the historical forces that generated the field of creative writing in the Philippines. As an American Studies PhD candidate at Rutgers University, Newark, my own research has been exploring the systemic network of support for Philippine writers going back and forth during this period, especially the role of the Rockefeller and Ford foundations in the support and build of our writing in English in the Philippines, especially, but also Southeast Asia. In your own explorations, have you run across this element, and what might be your thoughts about the influences or not of these institutional efforts?" You can read it here.
Okay, so have I run across those elements? I bumped into them. I, had parties with them, like in the archives at Silliman. So initially, Anna, thank you very much, Bade, for that question. Initially, like I said, I was afraid I would find nothing about the history of the National Summer Writers Workshop. So the first thing I did upon arriving at Silliman University was to go to the library. At that point, the actual library was being renovated, so all the books were moved to the gym. So the books were exposed to the elements. There was no air conditioning. It was a total chaos. And I spoke to the librarian, and I wondered if they had anything that they were able to keep concerning the tiempos. And the first response was no, there was nothing. So my heart sank, actually. But what was fascinating was that in the absence of history, what I saw was like American presence everywhere. There was an American corner. And there was actually a huge tarp depicting the faces of Washington alongside Edith Tiempo. So that, like, for me, that was curious because everyone related to that particular tarp in a reverential manner. They associated themselves with that tarp with great pride, and yet that great pride had very little basis in actual historiography. So how is it possible that something is so admired and so little understood? And so the question, did I encounter references, for instance, to American foundations? There's a building on the campus named Luce Hall, and in my research, I was able to pin down the actual letter coming straight from the president of the foundation, addressed to the president of Silliman University. And so the American influence is everywhere, but there's a lot of reverence for it, but no actual writings. It's a contradiction that I'm trying to wrap my head around. And what I did was to, again, look at letters. I wanted, in fact, to take a look at the minutes, but I was not allowed by the president of Silliman University to get my hands on the minutes. And so for me, it's weird. That's the ecology of feelings that you find yourself as a researcher, where there's, again, so much admiration, but very little history. And what I found, Anna, was apart from loose foundation, for instance, there were other forces at work. And I talk about that in my chapter. There's no time for me to talk about it, and maybe when the work gets published, you can read that particular chapter. But the short answer is yes. The American presence was and continues to be everywhere at Silliman University from its founding in 1901 all the way to October 1 at 12:32.
Thank you, Charlie. I'm afraid you run out of time. Let's give our speakers a round of applause. You're all invited to the next panel on Philippine fiction in English and cultural knowledge, which happens here in the same venue at 2 p.m. Thank you very much.
Welcome everyone to the Contacts and Continuities 225 Years of Filipino-American Relations, which is an international conference hosted by the School of Humanities and the School of Social Sciences of the Ateneo de Manila University. It's Tuesday, October 1st at 2:02 p.m. Manila time, and we are live on the Ateneo de Manila University YouTube channel. I am Charlie Samuya Veric of the program for Literary and Cultural Studies of the School of Humanities, Ateneo de Manila University, and I will be moderating this panel titled Philippine Fiction in English and Cultural Knowledge. I'm delighted to present to you three speakers who will each be given 15 minutes to present their papers. After that, the audiences online and on-site will have an opportunity to raise their questions. For our viewers on YouTube, you may submit your questions via the chat box. Our first speaker is Nathan Timothy Y. Chan. He is an alumnus of the Ateneo de Manila University and holds a bachelor's degree in literature and a minor degree in philosophy. A poet and a researcher, he writes on topics concerning literature, philosophy, and theology. His creative works have appeared in Heights, Ecstasis Magazine, and Agape Journal. His paper on the Theopoetics of Jose Garcia Villa is forthcoming in Perspectives in the Arts and Humanities, Asia. In his free time, he likes to ferment food, drink coffee, and photograph scenes. Ladies and gentlemen, and everyone else in the community, Mr. Chan.
Ooh, I got electrified. Okay. Okay. Let me just start my timer. All right, so from the Theopoetics of Jose Garcia Villa to the Zoopoetics of Nick Joaquin, from the sublime to the bestial. Okay. So who's Nick Joaquin? There, okay, oops, back. There he is. There, okay. So he's a novelist, poet, journalist, very famous for the novel that he wrote and that I will be discussing today, The Woman Who Had Two Navels. So he is, someone whose works are attached to a lot of different concepts, such as the Baroque. I think, for instance, of Vincent Serrano's work on Nick Joaquin and his Baroque historiography, right? Some aspects of his novels also exude themes of the Gothic. Of course, when we speak of Nick Joaquin, we cannot exclude the topic of post-colonialism. And in this particular novel that I'll be discussing today, The Woman Had Two Navels, the concept of temporality or time is also tackled, right? And I'd like to continue on with my presentation with this quote by De Villes and Martin in a special issue of Critica Cultura devoted to Nick Joaquin. The introductory essay is titled Nick Joaquin Today, Text, Contexts, and Approaches. And you can just read the quote there on the screen, but generally they're saying that Nick Joaquin's work is so how should I put it, complicated, substantial, that, and I quote, Nick Joaquin should be, or it is in this context of rereading Nick Joaquin that we treat him not as an object of study, but as an effect to be explained. And I've underlined the important part there, where we as readers become the implied readers that Nick Joaquin's work requires, right? So here's this work which is very rich and substantial, and depending on where you are or where you situate yourself in the temporal spectrum, whether you're in the 1950s or right now here in the present day, you will inevitably get new interpretations of Nick Joaquin's work, just because his works are so rich, right? So the question now is, what type of time are we living in? And of course, I have to bring this up. The Anthropocene, right? We're living in the age of what some scholars call the Anthropocene, which is an epoch where humans significantly affect the Earth's morphology, geology, and ecosystems. And when we speak of the Anthropocene, right, here is where a reading of Joaquin's work takes on not only or tackles not only questions of post-colonialism, but also perhaps questions of eco-criticism. I think, for instance, of Lily Rose Topez's work that's published in Unitas on Joaquin's Doña Jeronima. There she looks at how caves and rivers, these natural forms of, natural geological forms, actually articulate some aspects of our culture in the Philippines, right? So it is this anthropocentric possibility, it is this possibility of an anthropocentric reading of Joaquin that I now propose, a zoopoetic reading of Joaquin. But of course, before we proceed further, what is zoopoetics? Zoopoetics can be tackled in two ways, right? I'd like to first, of course, look at the word itself. It's composed of the Greek words zoos, meaning animal, and poetike, meaning to make or to cause. The latter word is also where we get the word poetry, right? Secondly, you could also kind of approach the word from a metacognitive approach, right? Following Driscoll and Hoffman through the French philosopher Derrida, because it is actually Derrida who first used the word zoopoetics in his essay, The Animal That I Therefore Am, right? Through these thinkers, I would like to define zoopoetics as literary thinking, right? Thinking that tackles questions of representation, form, theme, symbol, etc. That quote proceeds via the animal, and that quote comes from Driscoll and Hoffman. So for them, for the scholars Driscoll and Hoffman, the animals are no longer just simply metaphors, but they're also quote-unquote material semiotic knots. And what do they mean by that? Here is how I understand them. So when you think of metaphors, you think of something concrete. Well, not necessarily, it doesn't necessarily always have to be concrete, right? But let's, in this case, right, something concrete, let's say dragons, symbolizing the abstract evil. So here, some kind of idealization is involved, where the concrete is subsumed under the abstract, whereas in the material semiotic knot, both the concrete, the real, the organic animal influences the abstract concept and vice versa, right? I actually do not like the term that they use, material semiotic knots. I would actually prefer the term organic semiotic knots, because material just connotes something inert, right? Matter, of course, there is living matter, but it's, when I say material, it's not really organic, right? It doesn't really have that kind of connotation, right? So I prefer organic semiotic knots. So this is kind of like a schematic diagram of how a zoopoetic reading might go. So you look at the literary presentation of animals and look at its organic reality and see how they mutually imbricate, mutually interact with one another, and how both of them working together arrives at some sort of thought or critique. And this is my main thesis. Originally, I would like to tackle also Cave and Shadows, but due to time, I'll only tackle The Woman Who Had Two Navels, right? So Joaquin conceptualizes post-colonial Philippines through the organic semiotic figure of the crab. Okay, so in these two novels, actually, we see the figure of the crab appearing at key scenes. And my argument is that these crabs are symbols whose organic nature as crabs influence their significance within the novels, and they manifest their zoopoetic vitality thematically. So I'd like to just do a little bit of close reading of The Woman Who Had Two Navels. Actually, close reading will be my main approach in this presentation. So, set in post-war Philippines, the novel starts with, part of the novel is set in post-war Philippines, but some parts of the novel is set in Hong Kong, right? So set in post-war Philippines and the island of Hong Kong, the novel follows Connie Escobar, a woman who deliriously thinks she has two navels, and who runs away to Hong Kong after finding out about the emotional and sexual entanglements between her husband Macho and her mother Concha, or Senora Lavidal. She seeks a certain Dr. Monson, a horse doctor, in the hopes that he might somehow surgically remove the navels, right? And as the novel progresses, we kind of see it doesn't move in a linear way, right? It doesn't move from point A to point B because there are flashbacks and it kind of gets very confusing like that. But to help structure this discussion, right, I'd like to show the structure of the novel by looking at the chapters, right? So it's divided into 5 chapters. Chapters 1 to 3 and chapter 5 are all named after the characters, and chapter 4 is not named after a character because that's actually a very important chapter, no? That's where we actually get to learn through Connie's delirium what happened in his past, or her past. Oops. What's that? Did I press something? Okay. It's okay. Oh, there we go. So chapter 1, this is when Connie seeks Pepe. The readers learn about the past of Pepe's father and what happened between Connie and Paco in Manila. Now, Pepe, Father Tony is Pepe's brother, and Paco, they grew up in Hong Kong, but both Pepe and Father Tony have never been to the Philippines. Only Paco has been to the Philippines at the start of the novel. And that's actually very important, right? Pepe's father, Dr. Monson, used to be one of the physicians in a revolutionary junta led by Aguinaldo, right? They tried to resist the Americans, but they failed, so they, quote unquote, through a gesture of spiritual resistance, preferring exile to submission. So at the start of the novel, the father is actually also in a very delirious state, no? And we'll go to that later. Right, Concha and Connie in Manila. So chapter 1 also reveals reveals to the reader, what happened when Paco went to Manila. Now Paco is someone who grew up in Hong Kong, has never been to Manila, but some point before the beginning of the novel, he went to Manila. And that's when he meets Concha and Connie. Concha is the mother, Connie is the daughter. Connie is the one who thinks she has 2 navels. Now, Concha reminds Paco of that combination of primitive mysticism and slick modernity. And that's corroborated later in chapter 3 when we see a little bit of Concha's character, being fleshed out. Concha is somewhat of a weirdly devout Catholic, but at one point in the novel, she kneels beside her bed and then prays the rosary, I think for Connie, right? She first marries a Spanish poet, but then he dies. So when the Americans came and things changed in Philippine society, she sought out a new person to marry who happened to be an abortionist. Now this abortionist later became a senator in the Philippines. So Concha's clutch on the past, inability to move on, is seen when, despite her second marriage with someone who, quote, saw Americanism as inevitable and was willing to meet halfway, she still clings to the Spanish religiosity, to the Spanish past in that way. Praying the rosary, for instance, as opposed to American Protestantism. Now, Connie, on the other hand, when Paco first meets Connie, her character is always associated with some kind of duality or doubling. Okay? So we have the figure of the eyes, reappearing. Paco always feels like he's being watched. Also, Connie obviously has 2 navels, right? And then Connie, at the beginning of the novel, is also doubled or mirrored by her mother, So at one point, Paco is sitting in the bar and he doesn't know who's actually watching him, Connie or Concha. Right? So this duality signifies, in my interpretation, a duality of worlds. Post-colonial Manila, post-war Manila, actually, I should say, as Hispanic and American. Right? So as not one or the other, but somehow both. Right? After a seemingly inexplicable scene, that's a typo. That's why you don't work on your presentations like close to midnight, After a seemingly inexplicable scene where Connie fights Paco, Paco runs away from Connie, and then that's where the novel starts, Paco runs away from Connie. Connie runs away from the Philippines, and that's the beginning of the novel, Connie seeking Pepe. Now we have three quote-unquote movements in chapter 1. First, you have the movement of Pepe's father, no? And I characterize this as somehow living in exile. He's from the Philippines, but goes to Hong Kong. Actually, at one point, he goes back to the Philippines. Now, a year before the events of the novel, Dr. Monzon, the father, actually went back to the Philippines, but what he saw in Manila was actually so different from what he envisioned that it mentally broke him. Next, we have Pacos going to the Philippines and then going back to Hong Kong. Paco, a pastless diasporic individual, returns home, but it's not actually home, because he has never been there. He never grew up there. Now, the return to an original world that is actually a discovery of that world. Next, after going back to the Philippines, he meets Connie, he meets Concha, and then he flies back to Hong Kong. Here he has some kind of a shattering, a shattering of a world, a shattering of his world. Because now he realizes that his quote-unquote home is not actually quote-unquote home, so to speak. Next, third movement, we have Connie and Concha's flight from Manila to Hong Kong. Now, Connie actually goes to Hong Kong because she realizes the affair between her mother and her husband. But she also mirrors a scene in her childhood when she runs away from her family because she heard rumors from her classmates that she's being educated on stolen funds by his father. And so that broke her conscience. And then she runs away from home, works at a Chinese noodle place. And then when they found her, she tries to reject her identity. No, I'm not actually Connie. So her flight to Hong Kong, actually, this mirrors her desire to remake herself. I don't want to be the person who I am, and that's my time, so I'll try to finish quickly. Okay. Her desire to remove her two navels is her initial desire to remove the fact of America's, perhaps even Japanese colonial presence in the Philippines, to move on, quote unquote. The lie of the two navels, because she doesn't actually have two navels, right? Originated in two gunshot wounds in Connie's childhood Billiken doll during the war. So Billiken, if you want to know more about that, John Blanco has an essay on that in, I think, Unitas. So there. I won't dive deeper into that. Now, there. So this is where it gets crabby. Right. So chapter 1 ends with Dr. Monzon, the father, experiencing this delirium of seeing crabs, hallucination. He's hallucinating. And he says, I see crabs everywhere. Okay? I see crabs and that disturbs me. Right. So I interpret his hallucination and Connie's delirium as somehow juxtaposed or paired with one another. Not really juxtaposed, kind of paired with one another. Dr. Monzon's hallucination results from his inability to accept the ruins of a past he nostalgically glorified. Right? Connie, on the other hand, deliriously thinks she has two navels, and this represents her broken innocence, right? Experiencing violence in World War II, experiencing the shattering of her world. Right? When she was younger, she would have tea parties with her doll because that's her way of escape. Right? Next. Okay. There. So, at the climax of the novel, it is revealed that Connie was most likely looking for Dr. Monzon, the father, and not Dr. Pepe Monzon, the son. So when Connie visits a certain Dr. Monzon at the beginning of the novel, she was actually unconsciously looking for the father, not the son. Okay? So here we kind of see similarities between the two characters, right? Dr. Monzon, to accept the past, she must listen to Connie's confession. Of course, not a literal Catholic confession, but more of a, although it's framed that way in the novel, right? This is more of like by confession, I mean what happened in the past for Connie, because Connie has been trying to run away from the past. And then Connie has to narrate her traumatic past to Dr. Monson. At the end of the novel, we find Connie and Paco going to Macau. All right. So, Crabs and Slope Voices, taking my cue from the literary and the organic, how do crabs now act as a medium through which Joaquin enacts his critique of post-colonial Philippines? When you think of organic, real-life crabs, if you've seen a crab move in real life, they can't actually move forward. They only move sideways. In the literary version, or in this novel, right, the literary crab signifies not only the ruins of the past, for Dr. Monson, but in particular, the ruins of an unworked through past intruding through the present. And that's why he can't pass on, he can't move forward like a crab, because the ruins of the past are intruding into the present, right? That's a concept. And this is the last slide, no? So I'll just read this. The crabs then in Joaquin's novel, The One Who Had Two Navels, suggest Joaquin's critique of post-colonial Philippines as potentially stuck in and haunted by the ruins of the past, like Dr. Monson. Now, like the crabs, which only give the illusion of forward motion, it is all too possible, like Dr. Monson, to be forever nostalgic for the past, and without adequately taking into account what happens in the present. Right? On the contrary, Joaquin also suggests a way out of this cancrine or crab-like motion by facing reality as Scotty eventually did, past, present, and also the possibilities in her future. One might recreate oneself like Connie and discover oneself anew, however horrible one's past or the actions would lead to the recreation of oneself in the first place, i.e. Connie's adultery with Paco. So I kind of read that adulterous elopement with Paco as somehow a recreation, or not really a recreation. I guess it's more of like exposing oneself to the possibilities of the future as opposed to being stuck in the past. And if we transpose that to a cultural and societal register, that's where the post-colonial critique comes in. No, I can actually dive deeper into that last line, O Felix culpa, and why I put that there in the question and answer portion. But with that, I think that's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Chan, for that fascinating reflection on our crabby condition. Our next speaker is Stanley Guevara. He is currently a research student at the Department of Area Studies at the University of Tokyo. He graduated summa cum laude and with a degree in literature from Ateneo de Manila University, where he was also the recipient of the 2023 Program Award for English and the valedictorian of the Japanese Studies Program of Batch 2023. While in college, he founded Plume, the official student arm of the Literary and Cultural Studies program, and served as the editor-in-chief of Heights Ateneo, the official literary and artistic publication and organization of the university. He was also a fellow of the Ricky Lee Scriptwriting Workshop for Screenplay, the 26th Ateneo Heights Writers Workshop for Fiction in English, and the 4th Cavite Young Writers Workshop for Poetry in Filipino. He is published in Acta Sociologica, The Garden, Heights, and elsewhere. Friends and colleagues, let us welcome Stanley.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone, and good day to other people watching elsewhere, probably in the YouTube live stream. So my name is Stanley, and today I will be presenting on Filipino-American intimacy, specifically by revisiting NVM Gonzalez's book or novel, The Bamboo Dancers. So I hope maybe some of us have read this novel, maybe not, but don't worry, I'll give like a run-through of the novel side by side my analysis. This presentation figures into a larger project concerning representations of intimacy among Filipinos and the Japanese and how they contrast with those of Filipinos and Americans in Philippine literary texts after the Second World War. My research aims to delineate how historical images locate the coordinates where Japan and America are positioned in Philippine imagination. However, since we are in a conference on the Philippines and America, the scope of this presentation is limited to those two countries. Now, views on the Philippines' relationship with the Americans in the post-war context can be described as a pendulum. On the one hand, greater dependence on America after the war has led some scholars to think that Filipinos seem to prefer psychological dependence to the Americans, placing them at the center of Philippine imagination. However, the undeniable existence of opprobrium against the continuing American influence at the time suggests otherwise. Concerns surrounding American colonial influence consequently developed alongside the question of Filipino identity. Did it hinge to an acceptance or rejection of the colonial past? In light of these questions, perhaps a study on literary texts can approximate without unequivocally asserting how the Americans were regarded after the war. Literary fiction does not necessarily offer us facts, but it is germane for grasping the workings of imagination and consciousness. My analysis revolves around The Bamboo Dancers by NVM Gonzalez, which was published in 1959. NVM Gonzalez was conferred with the title of the National Artist of the Philippines for Literature and was profoundly influential in the literary scene both at home and abroad. Belonging to the second generation of Filipino writers in English, he also had first-hand experience of the war and its aftermath. So initially, I began my research with the hypothesis that representations of Americans in Philippine literature are more of an abstraction compared to the concrete and corporeal depictions of the Japanese. I wanted to prove how relationships between Filipinos and Americans are represented with superficiality, which would supposedly undermine America's force in Philippine imagination. However, upon closely reading The Bamboo Dancers, it appears that NVM Gonzalez takes a more sympathetic view on Filipino-American relationships. I posit that Ernie's relationship with Herb, Ernie the protagonist and Herb the American character, I posit that this specific relationship proposes an alternative view concerning intimacy between Filipinos and Americans, one that is quite sophisticated for its time. So The Bamboo Dancers centers around Ernie Rama. Sorry. Okay, so let's refer to this diagram as I explain, like a brief summary. So The Bamboo Dancers centers around Ernie Rama. So Ernie Rama is a sculptor awarded with a study grant in the United States. From the start of the novel, readers are introduced with an account of Ernie's loneliness in New York. Ernie, it seems, had been eating in the same place, surrounded by strangers, for days in a row. In fact, Ernie is so desultory that he is driven to travel to Vermont for no particular reason. Here in Vermont, at a writer's conference, he meets Helen Reyes, his college friend, and the American writer Herb Lane, who seems to be intimate with Helen. Impressed by Herb's otherworldly aura, with his Hollywood type of face and soulful eyes, there is no denying that Ernie is bewitched by Helen's friend, which is Herb. But his adoration is merely ephemeral, as he soon finds it nettlesome for having to compete with him for Helen's attention. For example, when he strolls in the woods with Helen, he is vulgar and tactless with his remarks regarding Helen and Herb's ambiguous relationship. Ernie, it seems, is not convinced that Herb could amount to anything good in Helen's life. So from the start, it appears like there's some kind of, for lack of a better term, love triangle, right? But we'll see later how the relationship between Ernie and Herb in particular will be clarified. So Ernie is at first unwelcome, right, to Herb, but this actually belies his kind of like attraction to Herb. In his review, the critic Edelberto de Jesus makes a trenchant observation of Ernie's queerness, for example. He calls attention to Ernie's peculiar behavior when Herb visits his hotel room. All right? So placing his hand on Herb's shoulder, Ernie is aroused. He thinks, and I quote, "I had to take my hand off his shoulder for fear that one moment more and I couldn't help myself. Already I was thinking he would make me a very fine figure and I'd call the statue man heavy with novel or something of the sort." End quote. De Jesus concludes that this trace of homosexuality isolates Ernie further, but I would add that this detail suggests a level of superficiality as Herb is boxed into an image. After leaving Vermont, Ernie does not meet Herb for a significant amount of time, yet Herb's shadow looms still. Ernie meets with Helen on multiple occasions in New York, Tokyo, and Taipei, and Ernie would often compare himself to Herb in terms of their compatibility with Helen. So there's also some kind of insecurity going on here, right? And then Ernie also has like some affair with a sexual affair with Helen, despite not being attracted to Helen, which could be read as disrespectful, if not spiteful, to Herb and his relationship with Helen, no matter how ambiguous the extent of their romantic involvement may seem. This attitude, however, gradually changes throughout the novel. So there is a change in Ernie's attitude. On a plane to Taipei, Ernie cogitates on how his recent experiences have been starting to take form and make sense. He thinks, and I quote, "Here, now on the plane, I couldn't but think that all of them were like instruments on the panel of an efficient and sturdy aircraft." Ernie begins to be cognizant that there is value in his desultory stay in America, in his trips to cities elsewhere, in the brief encounters he has had with various people, including Herb. Here is a subtle change, but Ernie slowly comes to make connections in his life unlike before. Concurrent to this gradual change is a newfound respect for Herb. In Taipei, the Philippine consul disdains Helen and Herb's engagement on the basis of Herb being American. But Ernie refuses to go along with his suggestion and responds, "But Herb's all right," end quote. There is maturity in Ernie's response, considering how he used to have a somewhat facile view of Herb as well as his relationship with Helen. Unfortunately for Herb, he is shot to death after fomenting anti-American sentiments for running over a young Chinese girl in Taipei. Now, one might think that Herb's death correlates to the erasure of an American character, and Helen's almost nonchalant attitude to this death could just as well reinforce this idea. But it is only upon Herb's death that Ernie comes to an epiphany about Herb's corporeal presence. He dwells on this quote, so I'll read this at length. So Ernie thinks, "But actually, it was Herb Blaine, the person whom I knew, not the abstraction. He was not the poetry I had learned in school, the books I had read in English, the movies I had seen, nor yet was he the slick magazine ad, the car and the electric stove, and all the gadgetry, and the house beautiful and good housekeeping, nor even fame and fortune on a career on the make, nor Hollywood and New York and Europe, and all the exciting spots on the skin of the globe. I had seen him as a figure, a physical entity." Here, Ernie implies that there is a tendency to view Americans like Herb as an abstraction or a romantic idea, given that Filipinos' exposure to America was through images, representations, and popular culture. In fact, when Ernie was suspecting the authenticity of Helen and Herb's relationship, he was most likely referring to this phenomenon of romanticization. But to Ernie, Herb had been more than an idea. He was a body. Ernie begins to recognize Herb for who he was, and this is a step to a more sincere understanding of a person. That Herb is not as marginal as he seems becomes more apparent at the epilogue. Throughout the novel, Ernie had suggested that he had been seeking for the truth, though he could not grasp it just yet. The epilogue reveals that he is close to the truth, and when he thinks of the truth, he actually thinks of Herb and what Herb would make out of Ernie's experiences. So in the epilogue, this is what Ernie thinks. He who is gone, I trust, is here in his goodwill and in innocence, while we who live on are no more. I've set this down as a small tribute to what Herb Lane perhaps meant. It seems that Herb, who is dead, is he who is more alive than Ernie himself. This apostrophe in honor of Herb, whom Ernie had only been slightly acquainted to, actually, it impresses the critic Leonard Casper as strange, and probably some readers, it might come off as a little out of place, considering that Ernie and Herb were not even that close to begin with. But I would argue that it is not so strange when considered in the context of Ernie's gradual growth and appreciation of Herb throughout the novel. In fact, it aligns to Ernie's near-drowning incident at the end of the novel, which, to the critic Adalberto de Jesus, functions as a baptism image, an externalization of the inner change that has taken place in Ernie. So Herb's death is humbling and makes Ernie realize his depravity and perhaps pushes him toward change. Now, some critics would point out that this interpretation, my interpretation, presupposes growth in Ernie, which they would consider non-existent. Leonard Casper, for example, believes that Ernie is an anti-hero who demonstrates the limitations of inarticulateness and perverse semi-willful evasiveness. Additionally, whereas Casper views Ernie's failures as guides to the reader's discoveries, the scholar Mina Roses takes issue at the lack of remedies offered for Ernie's alienation, and relatedly the question of Filipino identity. She concludes that the novel has a pessimistic view of the Filipino. Be that as it may, it appears that Roses's appraisal for literary value hinges on an explicit articulation of a sociological ambition. However, The Bamboo Dancers shies away from giving clear-cut answers and is instead dramatized by restraint. M. Gonzalez himself suggests that he does not aim to fill a void in writing the novel. Rather, he endeavors to find a name for the problems of life. This does not mean to settle with ambiguity. In my view, an incisive approach that aligns to the project of The Bamboo Dancers would allow the critic to unearth implications shelved by the subtext, such as that of Ernie and Herb's relationship. Besides, Adalberto de Jesus also stands by Ernie's character development. To conclude, NVM Gonzalez's The Bamboo Dancers reveals a more sophisticated depiction of Filipino-American intimacy. Perhaps this has partly to do with the context of the novel. After all, it was published in 1959, and its milieu was vastly different from the anti-American atmosphere that would plague the Philippines in the 1970s. However, the novel proves to be self-aware with issues surrounding America's atrocities and neo-colonial force, and even still, it chooses to depict Herb in a less violent manner. This attitude can only suggest openness, an idea that goes beyond the binary of love or hate, or of dependency or resistance. Here is basically a piece of work that proves that, as early as the 1950s, an effort to deepen Philippine-American relationships had already been pursued, at least in the literary scene. As a side note, it is important to recognize that Ernie also travels to Hiroshima. Thus, Japan figures into the novel as well, and NVM Gonzalez proposes that the novel defines Filipinos' moral emptiness in the shadow of the atomic bomb. I believe that an investigation of Filipino-Japanese intimacy in the novel can complement the current analysis toward a more complex understanding of transcultural relations. But in the interest of time, I end my presentation here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Stanley. From Hong Kong, we were taken to New York. Now, the next speaker will take us back to Manila. Our final speaker is Stephen Zagala. He is currently a fifth-year student in the Ateneo de Manila University, finishing his degree in English literature and minor in education. His current research interests are urban studies, Philippine poetry in English, and music studies. Outside the ACT team, Stephen works with Atlas, a production house based primarily in Taft, and enjoys going to gigs in the local indie scene, reading more local literature, and going on evening runs. He dreams to soon publish his very first collection of poetry. Ladies and gentlemen, and everyone else, Mr. Zagala.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you all for sticking around and for making yourselves present for our panel discussion for the day. I will be presenting chunks and bits of my undergraduate thesis, which I submitted around 5 months ago, which is entitled in its fullness, MTV Cities, the Translocal, Mobile, and Virtual City in Selected Stories in Luis Katigbak's Dear Distance. In the interest of time, I will be discussing only 2 sets of texts, due again to our current constraints. Okay. So, thanks for coming out this afternoon. I'll essentially be talking about 2 major parts from my undergrad thesis. The first one being my main theoretical lens, which is explained by Christine Bacareza Balance, a music professor based in, if I'm not mistaken right now, in California, which is called translocality, a burgeoning concept within urban studies, mobility studies, and in Balance's case, she uses it to study the local independent music scene to, I guess, dig deep at both the history of music in the Philippines as well as of the music scene. And second, I'll be talking about my analysis of 2 of Luis Katigbak's short stories, namely Subterranea and Passengers, both of which were published in the 2016 collection Dear Distance. I believe si Anvil yung nag-publish nun, or Anvil Productions, Anvil Publications was the one who published it at that point in time. Third time's the charm. All right, so on the next slide, you will see, yes, the presentation flow. Sublime, isn't it? A lot of these pictures here are additionally from the local music scene, something that Balance kind of digs at when she talks about translocality and her attempt to understand constructions of the city that are more than just geographical or physical limitations, and rather are definitions that hinge on what the city contains. Yeah, I think that's a pretty good, I guess, starting point. But let me let Ms. Balance do it herself. Initial definitions. All right. In her essay, This Is Our City, Balance initially explains how translocality, this idea within urban and migration studies, mostly urban and mobility studies, differs from the conventional understandings of place within these 2 disciplines. That's a big wall of text. But in bold, you'll see the key ideas that Balance tries to talk about here. Rather than translocality as a theory, rather than focusing on the physical and geographical features, contours, and marks of a certain location in the urban city that would normally be construed as buildings, roads, and other structures right there in the middle of the city, like a skyscraper. I was going to say skyscraper, but then that's also a building. And instead, Balance's idea of translocality now places the constructions of the city as defined by the people who inhabit it. These people, their ideas, the goods that they use and interact with, the relationships with each other and with these goods, as well as the ways that they move within, and later, as we'll see, without or outside of the city. Balance's definition of translocality hinges on ideas and capabilities of mobility that are acted on and manifested within different social actors, ideas, and goods. It is a construction of the city that focuses on what is situated within physical structures and their different movements and interactions as a result of their proximity. These interactions do not only include live performances or migrations across colonial Asia, but also the carrying out of everyday jobs and daily transactions and interactions with other people and objects. Balance names 3 different people in the local indie scene back, and it's interesting to see how they are positioned within this city and how they're able to make meaning within the city. She cites Raymond Marasigan. Raymond Marasigan is an instrumentalist for many bands that rose in the rock-heavy eras of the 1990s and the 2000s. I think personally, most notably, he was a part of the Eraserheads in their original conception, as well as one of his big pet projects, which is the band Sandwich. I believe they released a song like 3 years ago in the height of the pandemic. She also mentions Marie Jamora. Marie Jamora is a music journalist who ended up actually talking about Raymond Marasigan's band Sandwich, and who actually came to the music scene because she listened to American and European music from records and cassette tapes that were brought to her by her father. Tony Maghiram, and finally, Balance also mentions Tony Maghiram and the staff of the store A to Z Records. I'm not sure if they're still up, and Google is very notably unreliable when it comes to saying if a store is opened or closed. I'm sure we can all relate to that when we rush to our favorite restaurant at 9:58 in the evening. But Tony Maghiram and the staff of A to Z Records, she talks about how they make music available by burning songs onto CDs and lending out music album liners for their clients who want to cover certain songs. Balance says that these interactions are largely interpersonal, yes, but in the performing of these various tasks of listening to cassette tapes, mixing and mastering music, and interactions with these various people amongst the music scene, whether on a larger or individual scale, still form the activities that constitute a translocal place. We can therefore understand translocality now as not only concerned with the movements and migrations of these things, people, objects, styles, and ideas, as well as the relationships and interactions that they have with one another as constituting the city, as building the city, as making their meaning of the city. But it is also primarily concerned with these very same connections. The concept of translocality, in other words, is relational, analyzing and explaining not only the flows of different objects and people and ideas within the proximity, but also how they are connected with one another, usually either through interpersonal interaction or use of certain objects and embodiments of certain ideas. I'm going to speak off book for this next part. A radical way to see translocality or to understand it is the people are the place. It does not matter what the infrastructure is, or the infrastructure matters only insofar as there is physical reality to ground the place on. There's a physical site to ground the place on. Rather, the city is defined primarily by the people who reside in it, the people who move in it, the people who are able to ascribe meaning to it. And there's a very interesting idea that Balance uses within her theory of translocality that I have yet to mention, which is the idea of social production, or this idea of meaning-making through repeated social practice. Her idea of social production within translocality makes sure to account also for, as I mentioned a while ago, movements in the meaning-making process occurring outside a certain grounded location, that is a single locale. There is now an accounting for the possibilities and capabilities of immobility of actors, objects, ideas, and styles across different locales and on a multinational global level, in addition to the flows and movements of these very same things within a single locale. Now, to demonstrate how social production is actually evident within the music scene, Balance has a little account of jazz in the Philippines. That's Barry B. Benson, who asks the character of the B movie, who asks his love interest if, and I quote, "you like jazz." So, jazz figures very importantly in Balance's essay as a historical account of social production and its mobilities. And it's through this study of Filipino jazz and its connection to American colonial music that Balance demonstrates the mobility involved in the social production and meaning-making process. Filipino musicians had become so adept at performing works by both Spanish and Americans, so they were very good at both Spanish and American music, that by the time the First World War ended, more and more Filipinos were actually getting jazz gigs to perform abroad in colonial Asia. And therefore, because everyone was clamoring for Filipinos to head over to their country and to play jazz, and Filipinos, of course, obliged to play there as the war ended, Manila then became an essential jazz node, or an essential node of jazz across the world as the origin point of Asia's most proficient jazz musicians and artists. The practice of jazz music amongst artists in the region had produced more mobile musicians whose trade was still locally grounded in their practice and initial performance site of the city of Manila. Balance has a beautiful quote that I wasn't able to fit into this slide because Barry B. Benson deserves some more attention. But one way that she defines translocality is the idea of mobile subjects that are locally grounded. In other words, people, actors that are based in a certain place but are free to move within and outside of a certain region or locality. Social production, as defined here, appears to be the interaction between different actors that informs the particular meaning of a shared culture and the geographical site towards which it is enacted on. Returning to Balance's examples of Marasigan, Jamora, and Maghiram, their multiple roles that they perform and enact within the geographical limits of the city allow for social production in shaping the music scene. And thus, the example of jazz musicians from the Philippines is an intersection between people and eras that produces increased strands of interconnection in the web of the development of jazz within the physical place, with the physical place of Manila standing as a central and essential node to this web. These Filipino musicians have rendered jazz as a sort of traveling genre, not limited to America and the West. The intersections that they're situated on and born from cultural nodes such as Manila can be understood as multiple instances of very similar acts of social production that appear to shape and form a system of interactions that work toward a certain set of shared meanings. Now, this conference is about traces of American presence within Filipino soil, kaya nga contacts and continuities. So, I guess it's kind of difficult to, see how this connects to America. But initially, aside from, of course, jazz in the Asian region kind of being a big thing here in the Philippines, as of course, jazz really helped spread because of the Philippine music scene. Balance's initial definition of translocality also introduced a post-colonial use of the lens as a liberatory force, with translocality aiding in stabilizing notions of the West being the originator of culture and knowledge, while the East merely derives these things from Western definitions and demarcations. So on the next slide, Hyaun, okay, very nice. So, in short, you can check out the bold words if you don't want to read everything there. Relocating the city within the context of various cultures and places within the world, as well as in literature, acts of social production lead to both a reterritorialization of foreign practice, cultural elements, and styles towards the local, and into a local context. So social production now allows for a localized understanding of space and time, and subsequently practice, a kind of local knowledge particular to a certain place that is formed by and forms the mobilities and migrations of certain people, ideas, goods, and styles that come from various places to converge onto the cities, to transform it and build on this meaning-making process. So I've got 5 minutes left according to our wonderful timekeeper. Please thank the scholars of Ateneo for volunteering to help us out here. So I'll just quickly breeze through these 2 short stories by Luis Katigbak, namely Subterranea and Passengers. A bit of introduction to Luis Katigbak, taken from us too soon by complications due to diabetes. He died in the year 2016 at the age of 41, and this is actually the last book of his that was actually published. For our purposes, Luis Katigbak's short stories offer an excellent subject to analyze just how one might be able to understand the city outside the conventional lenses of the buildings and other physical features of these places. And though Luis's fiction doesn't figure the city much into some of the main things, in other words, it's not the most notable part of his fiction, I did find it quite interesting when finishing my undergraduate thesis, when he presented us with these images of the city, because it wasn't really buildings and structures and roads that were named or that primarily figured into our constructions of the cities. Rather, it was the people and the interactions that they had with one another and the cultures that were built? Ooh, I don't know if that word is the correct one, but yeah, let's stick with that. Young. There we have. So, just a quick summary of both stories before I go into my very rushed analysis of both. Subterranea is a story about the protagonist's friendship with his best friend, Kay, as recounted through house visits and shorter anecdotes regarding the protagonist's thoughts and concerns with Kay's increasing isolations. This protagonist recounts how the term subterranea had come to be after he and Kay had visited V-Mall, and Kay's room had subsequently transformed more and more into a subterranea of its own. Kay gradually spends her time absorbed in various comic books, anime, and music in cassette tapes, and the protagonist only ever gets to visit Kay when he drops something off to her room. He recalls how the two of them had used to go around Metro Manila before Kay had isolated herself in her room, and the various subterraneans that they had found. The story ends with the protagonist enveloped in complete darkness in Kay's room, lying next to her with strange chanting music in the background. Passengers, termed by a former professor of mine as the freshman's favorite. If Mamayal Martin is out there, thanks ma'am, you gave me this definition of the story. It's a narrative revolving around the recollections of its unnamed narrator of a romantic relationship with a former partner, conversing during bus rides throughout the city, reflecting on how after the relationship he could never see buses in the same way and hoped that he would get to reunite with his partner once again, though not knowing where on earth they were. Now steadily employed, our protagonist admits that the only pleasure that he experiences in his job is through riding planes and visiting airports because he has to ride planes. In the end, he ultimately realizes that the reason why he and his partner had not worked out was because they were both content to be passengers on the journey of their relationship, never minding where they were going or who was driving. The story ends with what the protagonist terms as his latest dream of himself and his ex-lover. If ever they were to talk again, the two of them cuddled up near the back of a speeding bus, never letting go. Ganda ng kwento, no? I really hope you guys get to read them soon. I believe the Ateneo bookstore here on campus has a few copies of Blue Distance left. Anvil does sell some of their product here with us. So you guys can check it out if you haven't already. So now we move to our first one, the V-Mall, the Geek Paradise, Geek Juxtaposition. So our unnamed protagonist and Kay, as he recalls, coined the term quickly after a walk through Green Hills' V-Mall. They both noticed that this hobbyist's haven has been populated by schoolboys and fully grown adults, all of them hooked on their own digital screen with flashing lights. Kay remarks on the strange kind of beauty of the situation, how their joint isolation and absorption in their own worlds provides an appeal towards isolation. Subterranea as a place then marks a final stop in the kind of social production that involves interpersonal interactions with fellow geeks. V-Mall appears as an essential node of geek culture in the Philippines, where different cultural objects from across the world, most particularly here arcade machine games from Japan and America, and the different Filipino locals taking turns playing on these machines by themselves. When one shifts their attention towards what the protagonist would call the grubby schoolboys and the grubbier 20-nothings, an ironic juxtaposition becomes even clearer. In this particular method of social production of geek culture, they are all gathered together in what appears to be a large group, but each of them are individually drawn to their own machines. For Kay, the city as manifested by these obsessed geeks provides for her fantasy of isolation within the game, one where one's personal world extends very little beyond actually playing the game. The idea of the place being one that is cut off, according to Kay and the protagonist, now does not only mean being shut out or excluded from the physical world, but now speaks towards these geeks' ironic isolation from one another. They may be right beside each other proximally, but because each appears obsessively involved in their individual arcade games, they may as well be playing alone. This is not an indictment of geeks or anyone who loves arcade games. This is just my analysis from my thesis. So yeah, play games if you want to, man. I love playing arcade games. Next on, we've got... All right, so to backtrack a little bit, Kay and the narrator now are, the protagonist now details his escapades with Kay. The different kinds of subterraneous that they found throughout Metro Manila. And these weren't only limited to obscure alternative cultures of the 90s, but were generally isolated and abandoned places. So, as highlighted here, there's the underpass at Lawton, the unfinished top floor of their old high school humanities building, and even a crack in the wall. Subterranea now also, these places are all subterranea. And now it also displays the different flows of the utilization of geek culture's various cultural items that ultimately lead to isolation. This decidedly stops the interpersonal aspect of social production and meaning-making and also ends up in a dissolution of any clear flows of space-time. Not only does subterranea erase any possible tethering to the outside world, save for the different kinds of things in it, but even notions of the past and present are erased as it is a place that is suspended in time. Kay's discovery by the bus stop, which is the crack in the wall, demonstrates that at its core, the world of subterranea is something that one creates. These different places around the city, in their bare, abandoned, and decidedly gritty urban aesthetic, one ultimately determines if a certain location becomes subterranea by squeezing themselves into it and hiding from the rest of the world. It is no longer a product of the practice of systems that make up geek culture, but rather a practice of interaction with the physical matter of these different nodes. And finally, we head to the first ever subterranea, Kay's Room. Kay's Room is mentioned initially. That's the album by The Strokes, Room on Fire. I couldn't find any witty references that would reference a room, so here we go. The first ever subterranea we see in the narrative, Kay's Room, shows readers how subterranea becomes a final stage of sorts to the various flows of culture outside the individual use of geek cultural items, and begins to create the illusory fantasy of a world that is constructed, known, and unchanging, a clear juxtaposition to the translocality that is the city. This is formed as a place of isolation, and the consumption of stuff provides an interesting contrast to the translocality that had brought them about. On a later visit to Kay, the narrator, the protagonist, asks her why she continues to isolate herself in her room and not go out with him as frequently as she once did. And she responds by explaining why she prefers to stay inside her room, which is the block quote behind me. Social production has begun to manifest itself in a different form for both Kay and the protagonist when occurring in the physical site of Kay's room. The only interpersonal social production that tends to occur now with Kay is when the protagonist visits her, and this worries the protagonist because Kay has been holed up in her room for so very long. Lastly, apologies, I think we're running over time. Yawn! Okay, Passengers, the story that almost made me cry. Ganda ng read na to, mga pre. This is a story that, again, is a recollection of a young man's former relationship with one of his partners, and where he recalls and recounts their various adventures as they moved along speeding buses inside the city. In one segment, he wonders why he only remembers select parts of his relationship. So this In the block of text, you guys can read it yourselves, but I want to highlight here that all of these places have something in common. When the protagonist is not moving, when he and his former partner are not moving, he cannot recall the memory. It hurts. But, as we see later, but I can think of you and me on a bus and it doesn't hurt. It's even pleasant to remember you sitting next to me. Only through imagining the city as mobile, only through the act of commuting and traveling throughout the metropolis is memory and remembering possible and without pain for the protagonist. Through the lens of translocality, mobility is now a quality of the city because it is constitutive of these mobile people and things. The people are now the place. And this place conditions not only memory, but the particular ways through which translocality is experienced and manifested. The places where these various memories of the protagonist of passengers occurs no longer remain solely physical, nor is their physical location of any importance, but instead the city in which they occur is now a site formed by and constituted of remembered conversations and interactions. The protagonist, seemingly constructing this remembered city as we read, subsequently begins to jump from memory to memory in reminiscing different humorous occurrences that happen throughout their different bus trips throughout Metro Manila. So this first one, he recalls a joke that they made about this place in Cubao called Manly Mart. I have myself not passed by Manly Mart, so I don't know if it's real. Then he also talks about Take Back the Clock. And yeah, just to conclude my presentation. Translocality does not only allow us to see places beyond their geographical and physical features as Balance says, but rather as constitutive of these different people interacting with one another, that have relationships with one another, and that are continuously building up meaning through the different ways that they interact with each other and through their interaction with different goods and objects. It is through translocality that an analysis of Luis Katigbak's representations of Metro Manila becomes more than just wondering why he references places and instead goes to detailing relationships and why these relationships build place within the city. So yeah, thanks everyone. Back to you, Doc Charlie.
So thank you so much, Nathan, Stanley, and Stephen. We now have time for questions from the audience. If you're in the room, please approach the microphone, give your name, and then ask your question. For those who are watching on YouTube, please enter your question on the chat box. Questions from the audience? So we do have a YouTube question. Okay. So this is a question for Mr. Zagala. I'd like to ask about the differences, similarities between translocality and liminal places. How do they apply to Katigbak's work? This is from Michael Andre Barbarona.
Thank you for your question, Michael. Sorry, if I'm understanding it correctly, may I read it out loud na lang, Dr. Veric? Thank you. Differences and similarities between translocality and liminal spaces. All right, so in Katigbak's fiction, if we take a direct application, translocality helps us understand the connections that create these kinds of liminal spaces, that are produced by geek culture, isolation, and the like. And I believe that that's because translocality doesn't focus on physical place and the limits that are also brought about it by geography, by for lack of a better term, corporeality, the real there-ness of the real physical there-ness, in quotes, of things, and rather goes to things that studies things that are a little bit more intangible, something like relationships, how people interact with, like the interactionness of other people, and how this, I guess, differs to liminal spaces now. How this differs from liminal spaces. Off the top of my head, I would say that because translocality as a theory is fundamentally based on movement and relationality, liminal spaces don't have much of those, at least as what I've been seeing in Katigbak's story. You'll notice in Subterranea that the liminal spaces that he presents are very dark, very isolated, very cramped even, whether it be a crack in the wall, a room, or something like the imagined world of someone playing an arcade game. So I guess that's my answer to your question, Mr. Barbarona. I hope I did answer that. Chat something if you want to follow up. Thanks.
All right. Dr. Chua has a question.
Baka you can talk about Felix Culpa now. Happy fall.
Okay, so thanks, Dr. Chua. So Felix Culpa, yeah, it's O Happy Fault. It's from the Exultet. So if you're Roman Catholic, the Exultet is that terribly long chant that they sing on Easter Sunday. And O Felix Culpa is a line taken from that. No, actually, Robert Frost has a poem that also references that. But that means, no, in Christianity, right? Felix Culpa is refers to that fault is the fault of Adam, because the entire phrase reads, "O Felix, O happy fault that merited for us so great a redeemer," right? So in that perspective, the fault of Adam, the sin of Adam in eating the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, is actually a fault, a wrongdoing that is happy, that has a happy consequence, because without that fault, right, without that sin, there would be no redemption, right? There would be no salvation, right? How do I now connect, or how is that now connected to the one who had two navels? So one of the characters in that novel is Father Tony. Father Tony is, of course, a priest, no? He is a priest at St. Anthony's. Actually, Joaquin also studied seminary in Hong Kong, so that, he probably got a little bit of his experiences from that, and incorporated it into this novel. But at one point in the novel, Father Tony and Pepe Monson confront Connie Escobar about her two navels, right? And Father Tony says, "Connie, stop what you're doing. Just admit you can't have two navels. What in the world are you doing? Don't go around terrorizing people saying you have two navels. That's very evil of you." And then Connie Escobar replies, "Well, actually, when I wanted to remove these navels of mine, when I approached Pepe, your brother, that I don't think that is what I actually want. I think right now I'm happy with having two navels." No? And then Father Tony says, "No, what in the world are you doing? No, don't do that. You have to confront the truth. No? You have to be free and make choices of your own. You can't just go around being dictated by the past, being stuck in the past." No? And then Connie says, "Well, if you really insist, let's have one of you check if I really do have two navels." right? And so one of the brothers, I actually forgot who, one of them checked, no? And then we don't actually know what happened because that's the end of chapter 3. And then chapter 4 is that very special chapter, the Chinese moon, wherein we have Connie driving towards St. Anthony's, right? So it was Pepe, the horse doctor, who checked Connie, no? Whether she has 2 navels. And then Father Tony says, okay, Pepe, you check Connie. I'm gonna wait at the monastery, at the seminary. After you get checked, Connie, come drive to the come visit me in the seminary, no, basically. So chapter 3 ends there. And then chapter 4, we have a scene of Connie driving to visit Father Tony, but we actually don't know. Well, she actually has these hallucinations from the past. No? So as she's driving, she recalls, scenes from her past. And then the way that Joaquin does it is that he melds the present and the past together so that it kind of gets hard to distinguish the two, no? So anyways, that's what happens, no? And at the end of the novel, we think that Connie has died, and then Father Tony says, oh no, Connie has died. I'm responsible for this because I told her to be free. No, it's our asking Connie to fight for freedom, to fight for true, or to act freely that actually caused her death. But then, of course, Connie is not actually dead. No, that's a death scare that Joaquin gives us. No, and Connie is seen running away with Paco at the end of the story, at the end of the novel. So that. And then how does Father Tony take that? No? How does Father Tony take that adulterous relationship? Father Tony says, well, actually, that's good for Connie, right? That's good for Connie because now she gets to make choices of her own. She gets to freely choose in the future, and she's not anymore stuck in her idealistic, utopic world where she sacrifices things to her childhood doll Billiken and has tea parties with Billiken in her childhood garden, right? So that's good. And then Rita, no, the lover of Pepe.
Sorry, Nathan. Unfortunately, we don't have time, but apparently there's so much to talk about concerning Joaquin, and I'm sure there are questions as well for Stanley, but you may approach Stanley afterward. We'll have a coffee break. That's an opportunity for all of us to approach our speakers. May I ask you to please give our speakers a round of applause. Thank you so much. You're all invited to the next panel on Philippine literature in Spanish, to be followed by a book signing with the panelists whose books are being sold outside. Vival and Ateneo Press are outside. The book signing and launch will happen here at 3:30 in 10 minutes. In the meantime, you're invited to coffee and snacks. We will resume at 3:30. Thank you very much.
125 Years of Philippine-American Encounters, an international conference hosted by the School of Humanities and the School of Social Sciences of the Ateneo de Manila University. It is October 1, Tuesday, at 3:30 p.m. in Manila. We are live streaming on the Ateneo de Manila University YouTube channel. Good afternoon to everyone. Buenas tardes. I am Luisa Leong of the Department of Modern Languages of the School of Humanities, Ateneo de Manila University, and I will be the moderator of this panel. Panel 12 is on Philippine literature in Spanish. Before we begin, we would like to acknowledge the presence of Beatriz Jimeno, of the Educational Advisor of the Embassy of Spain in the Philippines. We have 3 speakers who will each be given 15 minutes to present their papers. After that, the audiences online and on-site will have an opportunity to ask questions. For our viewers on YouTube, you may submit your questions via the chat box. Our first speaker is Rocío Ortuño Casanova, a professor of Spanish language literature at the Universidad Nacional de Educación a Distancia and director of the Laboratory of Innovation and Digital Humanities at the same university based in Madrid, Spain. She has worked at the University of Antwerp in Belgium, the University of the Philippines in Diliman, and several universities in the United Kingdom, including the University of Manchester, where she obtained her PhD. Her main line of research focuses on the study of literary and cultural contacts between the Philippines and the global Hispanophone between the late 19th and early 20th centuries. On this topic, she has coordinated 3 books: El desafío de la modernidad en la literatura hispano-filipina, 1885 a 1935, published by Brill in 2022, Transnational Philippines, Cultural Encounters in Philippine Literature in Spanish, published by the University of Michigan Press in 2024, and Introducción a la Literatura Hispano-Filipina, published by Routledge also in 2024. She has also co-edited the first bilingual edition of La Aventura de Limahong by Antonio Abad, which is in press at Vibal Foundation. She has been the principal investigator of the Phil Periodicals Project, which facilitated the digitization of the University of the Philippines Historical Newspaper Repository and its research using digital methodologies, and the DigiPhilip project, which gathered several universities, including Ateneo de Manila, in a network to work on Philippine literature, digital humanities, and distance learning. She currently co-coordinates the project Post-Colonial Narratives in Spanish language newspapers from Asia, Spain, and the Caribbean, funded by the Spanish Ministry of Science and Innovation. And she will be launching her new book later after the panel. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Rocío Ortuño.
Thank you, everyone, for being here. Thank you, Maria Luisa Leong, for the presentation. Special thanks to Ateneo de Manila for organizing this second part of the Contacts and Continuities conference. And especially thank you to Jonathan Chua for this invitation and for organizing this panel. Today, we are diving into tango. Tango, you all know it, is the iconic Argentinian dance that rose from the suburbs of Buenos Aires and that by the early of 20th century took the world by storm. And I mean the whole world. I have read that it got to Japan via Great Britain in 1914, but Manila beat them to it. Newspapers revealed that tango craze arrived even earlier to Manila during a time when modernities seemed to be everywhere. And yes, tango played a part. Let's think of that period of time. Yes. We all know that with the arrival of the new colonizers, the Americans, a fresh set of habits, leisure activities, educational approaches, and moral standards flooded Manila, leaving the Spanish-speaking generation looking, well, shall we say, a bit old-fashioned. It was a shift from the 300 years in the convent to Hollywood, you know, all that old saying. Dance halls sprang up all over the city, much to the horror of those who believed they were the guardians of the nation's ideals. And I love this picture from the revista magazine Estudio. This is a cartoon actually representing this change of society. It was published in Estudio in 1924. Well, you can see the dancing halls and by opposition, the old generation who saw themselves as the fathers of the fatherland, sustained by the old values and by the old academic, very important institutions. You see San Juan de Letrán, Ateneo Municipal de Manila, and Universidad de Santo Tomás. You see the religion, and you see the patria, the fatherland represented as a woman, so motherland. This cultural shift found its way into literature too. As my focus is literature in Spanish, I will give this example of two poems by Fernando María Guerrero. And these poems, I think they vividly capture this change of society through musical forms. So one is about jazz. Mi anathema is a word game with my anthem, and my anathema is like my enemy, like what I hate. And the other one is about Kundiman, and it's called El Kundiman. No wonder there. So to Guerrero, jazz was wild, immoral, and foreign, thus suspicious. But Kundiman, the beloved Filipino song, was deep, patriotic, and sweet, and despite also having some foreign influences, or at least the stylized version of Kundiman that Guerrero prized, well, he commonly overlooked this influence. But this same dichotomy between the wild, immoral, foreign, and suspicious, and the deep, patriotic, and sweet can be found in other literary works, especially about jazz. There was an obsession among Spanish or Spanish-speaking writers, Filipino Spanish-speaking writers, with this jazz topic. So we have Jesus Balmori, who was known as Baticulín and wrote satires in La Vanguardia, in a Filipino newspaper in Spanish, and later compiled these satires in El Libro de Mis Vidas Manileñas. This was 1928, and he was poking fun at the new American sounds. And then writers like Paz Zamora Mascuñana wrote a short story called El Jazz, and also Enrique Laigo, another writer, was writing stories mocking the modern tunes, no? And he was portraying those youngsters who like the jazz as frivolous and not very knowledgeable, let's say. Interestingly, none of these authors mentioned tango, but the battle between the old and the new raged on, with music at the key front. So despite I haven't read anything about tango in the published books of these Spanish-speaking authors, as I was saying, tango certainly made its way to the Philippines as early as the first decade of the 20th century. The hype was real. Tango teachers came from North America. Newspapers covered tango field parties and how this dance was a success also in London or in Paris. And theaters began featuring tango in their concerts and soirees. So you can see here how tango had this cosmopolitan flavor, no? And we see like tango teachers cross the Pacific, and then, wow, tango is the cry now in London, and then let's all go to dance tango to this El Cairo club, right? Everything is very cosmopolitan. Tango, along with music in general, was also infiltrating various media. So newspapers like La Vanguardia launched a section called Cantos Populares, dedicated to publish song lyrics at the request of readers, which was later copied by other magazines like Song, Films and Literature, and there was another one later called Semana, and they were doing the same section. Then readers would listen to songs in the radio, and then they would request the lyrics of a particular song that they had listened to and they liked, to the editor of La Vanguardia, or of this section of La Vanguardia. And then initially songs were all in Spanish, And this kind of interaction with the public also worked the other way around. So listeners would see the lyrics of a song in the newspaper, and they would request that song from the radio. So as one article in the cable news even declared, tango is everywhere. Tango was everywhere. But given that this is a literature panel, we may wonder what is the connection between tango and literature besides tango, I don't know, being in stories or, well. So tango wasn't just in the music halls or in the cinemas, by the way. There was also a phrase about movies by Carlos Gardel, who was a tango composer and an actor, and he made a few movies. And well, when he died, also in an accident, the piece of news was everywhere, at least in newspapers in English and in Spanish, which are the ones that I have checked. But I hope at some point to check the ones in Filipino as well. And this you have here is an example of tango stepping also into literature in stories. This is a story about a couple who are parting their ways because the woman is leaving Montevideo and she's living on a boat, and then tango is being played, and they are describing tango in a very romantic and passionate way, and it's so romantic as passionate as her feelings, right? So it is like the whole story is about a tango, and it's intended to be a tango as well. But yeah, besides this, besides tango being in stories, can we think of tango lyrics themselves as literature? Well, my view is that if Bob Dylan won the Nobel Prize for Literature in 2016, yes, this can be considered poetry. And this is actually the focus of one of the projects in which I participate. It's called Poemas, and it's about songs as a form of poetry. And I think it's something to be considered, as many people won't encounter in their lives any other form of poetry besides songs. So there are many connections. I don't have time for getting into there. But I must say that I am not the first or the only one thinking of this, as these Filipino poets in Spanish who had their poem books. I mean, they have the poetry books. This is Jesus Balmori. This is one of his poetry books, Mi Casa de Nipa. I have already mentioned another one by the same person, El Libro de Mis Vidas Manileñas. That one there is José Hernández Gavira. He has Mi Copa Bohemia. This is his second book of poetry. Well, both of them, and there are others, Alejo Valdés Pica, for instance, they were also writing tango lyrics and other song lyrics. So there is this connection. And the question now that I have just stated that tango is poetry as well, is how these poets who belong to that antiquated milieu of literates in Spanish wrote tangos. I mean, how did these defenders of Hispanic values and of a very personal view of the Filipino essence connect with something so cosmopolitan, so foreign, so modern, and so controversial as tango? So that's what we are going to explore today. Tango was indeed cosmopolitan. And with its connection to American culture dominating the Philippines, it soon became also a money maker, spawning fashion trends, speedometers for women to track their figures while dancing, and of course, selling records was part of the whole tango market, let's say. But tango was sung in Spanish. And it came from a former Spanish territory. And the old colonial territories of Spain emancipated in 1898. And after that date, Spain was seen as a, well, not as an enemy anymore, let's say. So it was like an old defenseless mother who had imparted values such as religion, language, patriotism, and idealism. So some intellectuals in the Philippines, some intellectuals in Latin America, started seeing Spain that way. And tango was a kind of nostalgic reminder of Spain's influence. Then this is the way to, let's say, overlook tango's modernity for some. And then they didn't overlook the modernity of jazz and foxtrot. They hated that. They were criticizing that all the day, but not tango. And then in articles from 1908, there are descriptions of Philippine tango in a very modernista fashion, and I'm referring to this. Mirroring Latin American poetry on fashion in the Philippines at that time, but tailored to the Philippine reality, or rather idealized version of the Philippine reality. So tango, like poetry from Latin America, became something close to Filipino identity for those who still saw themselves as a part of the Hispanic community. This idea persisted in newspapers and Filipino creations, like Tango Magulo emerged. So we have Filipino versions of tango. And these tangos were even featured at balls, and it is in that article there, with a native flavor, blending foreign influence with local identity. After reading many lyrics, my conclusion is that for a song to qualify as tango, it must contain the word pasión somewhere. Pasión, not like passion, but like passion. In Filipino, tango is practically a requirement, while for other kings, it's enough for a man to be desperately longing for a woman. Tango lyrics started getting translated, and by the late 1930s, we even had tango compositions in English, and even in Filipino, in this case with a translation into Spanish. So regarding to our poets, contrary to what happened in Filipino press in English, for them it was common to publish their poetry in Philippine newspapers in Spanish. So there is a kind of natural flow from there to publish their own song lyrics in newspapers. They arch perhaps by fashion of the market. New compositions which were going to sound on the radio were first advertised on the newspapers, boasting their popularity. These ones, by Hernández Gavira, had topics and words not unknown for readers of Filipino modernista poetry. So it starts with a collocation which is Gentil Princesita. The modernista in Latin American style of modernismo poetry from the Philippines had little princesses all around. There is a very popular poem by Rubén Darío, a poet from Nicaragua, which is, it starts with La Princesa está triste, and it has many princesitas as well. So princesitas here in the Filipino tangos. So after an unexpected beginning with a little princess asking someone for a tender song, and even this meta-literary statement, I am going to write a song, which comes at the beginning of the tango, comes from this Latin American tradition. But there is a change. All of a sudden, in the second part of the first stanza, the song becomes passionate. And the little princess is now a sorcerer setting fire on the poet's heart. And then on the other song that we see down there, the poetic voice is urging a girl to sing a song at the rhythm of the poet's love to forget pain. So it's pain for passion, of course, suffering for passion. Some Filipino poets, like Alejo Valdez Pica, also publish exempt songs, loose sheets like this one, containing sometimes also the music and the lyrics, both together. Of course, tango's sensual nature clashed with the morals of the time, not just in the Philippines, but globally. News reports inform us that tango was banned in the German army, and even the Vatican expressed its disapproval. So it sparked controversy in the Philippines too. For some, tango loomed together with other indecent modern dances like jazz and foxtrot. This became, of course, a whole issue among the Spanish-speaking community. How to deal with tango? It was indeed an indecent dance, but it was also Spanish-speaking, coming from a Latin American republic admired by Filipino intellectuals, and it also embraced one of the most popular poetic traditions or topics in the Philippines, that talking about impossible love and praising the beauty of women. We have here one example of this controversy. The greatest danger that exists today for the conservation and reproduction of the human species is in the dances in which ladies and dancers give themselves up to the pleasure of the tango, the skimmy, and the foxtrot, or full. So yeah, the dance was being criticized for this immoral side of it, but what about the lyrics of tango? The original Argentinian tango lyrics were often mocked by Spanish-speaking authors who saw them as overly passionate and repetitive. All the translations are mine, and I must bid forgiveness from the two wonderful translators that are here, because I do what I can. But the original is in Spanish, and you can see in bold letters the topics that they say that are being repeated all the time, and this is a kind of satire about Argentinian tangos. So it's basically dramas of love, social issues, and life marked by alcohol and bohemia. Yet, there was a liberal streak in these songs, appealing even those writers who wouldn't dare express such ideas in their poems, and who were actually attacking the liberalism of the racing generation, the English-speaking generation. Take Jesus Balmori, for example. He was known for standing against the new role of women in society. He fiercely mocked the younger generation. Yet, in this tango, Caricias, he like behind the typical love statements full of flowers and butterflies and sighs, he sneaks in metaphors for physical affection and sex, something that he'd never write in his usual more conservative poems, published in very respectable books and very conservative newspapers. Let's go back to Hernández Gavira, as he offered a unique resolution to this tension between the modernity and the liberal flavor of tango and its poeticism related to Latin American modernismo. In his 1934 book, Cántame un canto en español, Sing to Me a Song in Spanish. It is a very interesting book containing only some of his original songs. He insists in the prologue that it cannot be read as a poetry book, but in fact, it doesn't display any pentagrams, and it doesn't always say which the rhythm of the genre of the song is, so by all means, and with exceptions in accents and sinalefas and so, that he explains at the beginning, it may well be read as poetry. This collection of songs is divided into two parts: modern songs with titles translated into English, and old songs with titles translated into Filipino, all of them in Spanish. So original in Spanish, and he translates into English or Filipino. The only genre present in both sections, old and modern, is, of course, tango. Now let's see some of them to perceive some differences. And here we have sorbiendo cocktail, sipping a cocktail, no? Modern songs are light. This is an example. They are more conventional. I picked this one, I must say, but they are reflecting fleeting encounters and alcohol-fueled escapades and passion, of course, at some point. While all songs, like this one dedicated to Spain, Spain being personified as a beautiful señorita, recall the chivalric legends, the medieval legends of El Cid in Spain, evoking values of loyalty, bravery, and idealism, so the old values that the old generation saw in Spain. And we can say, by reading this, that Hernández Gavira had one foot on each wall of those living together in the Philippines in the 1930s. So in this book, we see Hernández Gavira with one foot in the modern and one foot in the older world. But if we go back to Divina Canción, the one that we saw earlier with the Princesita, with the Little Princess, it was launched in the program Iberia of Radio Manila on the Spanish National Day, celebrated on July 25, 1934. We can see that both worlds come together in the very same song. As I advanced earlier on, the topics of the poetry of the Spanish typical for modernismo and for Filipino poets in the 1910s and 1920s, with all its conservative charts and praising the Spanish tradition, comes together with that liberalism leading to talk about ardor and about mad reveries of love. This is just an example of the reconciliation of both sides of tango, which actually also took place in society. As an example, I'm going back to that wonderful source of social knowledge that are newspapers, and showing this fragment of a chronicle published in Ideales, which is a Catholic newspaper of San Alberto Magno College. And here, in a report of an evening, they highlighted the tango dance by some Miss Encarnación Moret, and young Rufino Palma, which according to the text published included the modifications that make it moral and acceptable. You can see that in bold, no? So they dance, but modifications, so it was already moral and acceptable. A tango that adhered to modesty. So how's that for a compromise? Even tender tangos, like the one written by Hernández Gavira and addressed to Susanita, a child actress dubbed the Filipino Shirley Temple, found their place in the Filipino cultural landscape, as we can see on the right side of the slide. In summary, tango found a middle ground, allowing society to reconcile its modern and traditional elements. In some way, it brought together that part of society enjoying public balls in clubs and cinema, more open to cosmopolitan influences, with that part which had been more reluctant to change with deep values rooted in the 19th century, and that still praised some outcomes of the Spanish colonization, such as language, religion, and patriotism. The origins of tango in Latin America opened that door, but also made Spanish language popular in an unexpected way. So when it was already seen as obsolete and colonial for the racing generation, they began to demand lyrics in Spanish, like this racing generation, and to watch movies in which Gardel was performing a role, and they started purchasing records in Spanish as well. So there was this space for agreement for both sides of society, which took what they prefer from the versatile genre. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ortuño. Our next speaker is Wistan de la Peña. He is a professor of Spanish at the University of the Philippines, Diliman, where he handles classes on Hispanic literature and select topics on contemporary Europe. His research work has centered on Philippine literature in Spanish, and he has published and presented several conference papers on the topic. In 2016, his annotated translation into English of Spanish poet Jaime Gil de Viedma's memoirs, Retrato de un Artista en 1956, appeared in the bilingual Jaime Gil de Viedma in the Philippines, Prose and Poetry, released by Vibal Foundation. This year, the Ateneo de Manila University Press published his Filipino version of the 19th century novel Doña Perfecta by Spanish writer Benito Pérez Galdós. This book is being sold outside. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor de la Peña.
Thank you, Luisa. I think I just revealed my generation. I belong to Generation B, Boomer. Anyway, okay. So I'll be walking you through El Fuerte y la Bella, locating Malakas and Maganda in the Philippine literature in Spanish. We normally do not associate the mythical ancestors of the Filipinos to the literature in Spanish. So this is illustration, artist's conception of Malakas and Maganda. I have to draw your attention to the fact that the story says the man and woman came from the same bamboo, and this was later used by the feminists of the American period to campaign for gender equality, saying Malakas and Maganda were equals. Malakas was not superior to Maganda. When the Americans came in 1898, the Philippines encountered a problem about their identity. So, should the country continue to be Hispanic, or should it entertain becoming American? So it was a debate between Hispanización and Sajonización. there was a need to define the Filipino. I quote national artist Recil Mujares about writers having the responsibility to define the nation by producing the literature explaining what the Filipino is. So what we have is the literary harvest, the Phil-Hispanic literature, discoursing about Filipinas. And then posing questions like, is Filipinas a país hispánico, a Hispanic country? Or is it a país Indo-Hispano? Is it Asian Hispanic country? Or is it America in Asia? So these were the questions being threshed out in the literature of the writers in Spanish. I call this a triangular affirmation. So to define the Filipino, the writers had to define what is Hispanic, what is Spanish in Spain, what is American being introduced in the Philippines, and what are the Filipinos as Asians. As early as 1896, 2 years even before the arrival of the Americans, our writers in Spanish have been dealing with the question of what the Philippines is, what Filipinos are. And usually, they discuss it by describing the country. So here we have Jose Palma describing the Philippines as a beloved country, hija del sol de oriente, so daughter of the sun. And then I want you to focus on the second paragraph, second stanza. Del heroísmo cuna, los invasores no te lloran jamás. First, it was talking about beauty. And the second is talking about bravery. We'll park that idea later. I'll go to that later. In 1898, Fernando Maria Guerrero wrote Mi Patria. In the 1930s, this was the favorite performance piece in declamation contest. So here is describing the beauty of the Philippines. I'm sorry I could not provide a translation. I just cobbled together slides I use in my literature class. So it describes the Philippines as a matrona with volcanoes surrounding her. And of course, we have Jose Rizal, Patria Durajda, Región del Sol querida, Perla del Mar de Oriente, Nuestro perdido Edén. We are very familiar with these lines. I think I reversed the sequence. So let's look at Malakas, where we can find Malakas. I cite first Claro Recto, so my favorite. Claro Recto. He's talking about the journalists in El Renacimiento. This was dedicated to their. This was written as a commemoration of, if I'm not mistaken, 10th anniversary of the newspaper. I draw your attention to the words Espartacus, Spartans, and Caesares. So two words that refer to the Greco-Roman cultural references. This is important in the literature because these references refer to strength. The Philippines is defined as an heir to the Greco-Roman heritage because it had this cultural mother, Spain, coming from the Roman Empire. In contrast, the United States was depicted as Hunos, the Huns, the barbarians, people of lesser cultural sophistication from the perspective of the Romans. So malakas. So you see here more Greco-Roman references. So Prometheus by Recto. You can see here how Greco-Roman centered was the education Recto received. And then he goes to mentioning that the Tagalog language, he described it as a lengua sagrada, sacred language, but it's not the language of just anybody. It's the language of people in authority, the rajas and the sultanes, regulos, that had their thrones in volcanoes. So the mere image of a volcano talks to us about the image of power. More on that later. So here it talks about the Filipino race, that Filipinos have alma de titanes, the soul of titans. They have the blood of Solimans, so Soliman, Raja Soliman. And then they have, again, you can look at the last word and it has the word volcan. The word volcano always appears in Recto's poetry, especially in about the time 1908, 1910, 1911, the time of the Taal eruption, 1911. Oops, double. I coined the term geokratos, meaning power of geography. If you do a close reading of the poetry in Spanish, you will see how the poets, the writers, invested power in geographical references on the Philippines. So Mayon is not just a beautiful mountain, it's an image of power. Taal, Apo, and I wonder what poetry Recto would have written if he had known about Pinatubo. But he did not. So his best example would be Taal. Here, again, we have here a Greco-Roman reference, Pompey. And he's saying he prefers the Philippines buried under lava and ashes than the Philippines enslaved. So in the expression of power in Philippine geographical references, we see Recto inserting his nationalist sentiments. The picture I use of Recto is how he looked at the time of the writing of the poetry. He published his book, his only book of poetry, at age 21. Guwapon. Okay. I have 5 minutes. Another expression of power is the reference to Jesus Christ. The references to heroes. So we have Mabini, Bonifacio, Luna, Bugallon. Bugallon was Spanish. And the equivalence made between Rizal and the Messiah, Rizal being the Filipino Christ. This is a favorite of mine in describing Rizal. An oft anthologized poetry of Cecilio Apostol. I translate freely. If a bullet destroyed your skull, your idea, in turn, destroyed an empire. Power. We go to Malakas. We go to Maganda. Maganda is expressed in the poetry by references to the Filipino woman. The beauty of her eyes, the beauty of her long hair. We find that in the poetry of Recto and of the Jesus Balmori. This is Balmori. Recto is saying here that the customs introduced by the Americans have disastrous effects on Filipinos. And he puts this utterance in the mouth of Gabriela, a character in his award-winning play, Solo Entre las Sombras. It's interesting that the name of the character is also the name of a feminist organization. We go back to the image of Malakas and Maganda. One charge against Filipino literature in Spanish is that because of the language, it is not Filipino. It could not express Filipino sentiments. Our writers in Spanish tried to give a light to it, and we have these two poets, Jesus Balmori and Manuel Bernabe. They staged poetic joust, which they called balagtasan. So it's referencing a Filipino literary tradition. So we have here an ad, and they were performing in no less than the CCP of that time, Manila Grand Opera House. Just to show you that it was an important event. So, back to the question. What did the writers do to answer the question? Is the Philippines país hispánico, or país Indo-Hispano, or America and Asia? Sorry. Balmori answered the question by saying, I am an Indo-Hispanic poet. So he's saying, in his heart, the blood of Legazpi, the Spanish captain, and the daughter of the Raja combined. So for the writers, they resolved. This is a frequently quoted excerpt of Balmori's poetry. So, how did the writers resolve this? The country, the Philippines, is a Hispanic country. An Asian country with a Hispanic / Greco-Latin cultural heritage. Sometime in the 1970s, an infamous couple would deploy Malakas and Maganda to portray themselves as the parents of the Filipinos. And you know about this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor De La Peña, my teacher from the University of the Philippines. Our final speaker is Irene Villa-Escusa Ilian. She is an assistant professor in the Literary and Cultural Analysis program of the University of Amsterdam, where she has been working since 2015. Prior to the Netherlands, she was a lecturer at the University of Hong Kong. Her research interests include peripheral or border Hispanic literatures, with a specialization on Philippine literature written in Spanish, and an emphasis on gender, ecofeminism, and transculturation. She is the author of Transcultural Nationalism in Hispano-Filipino Literature, and she will be launching another book after the panel. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Villa-Escusa.
Thank you very much for this introduction, Luisa, and I join Rocío also in thanking Jonathan Chow, who I'm lost over there, and the University of Ateneo for hosting this conference and for inviting me to be part of this panel. We are almost there. Thank you for staying for the very last presentation. I'm glad that we got a merienda a little bit just before this, otherwise you'll be running out and getting something to eat perhaps. In the next 20 minutes, I hope to add a new case study, the work of Evangelina Guerrero Zacarias, to our ongoing conversations about the characteristics of Filipino literature written in Spanish and its relation to modernism, which I will draw from both sources from America and from the United Kingdom, as well as from Spain. I'm not sure if you are familiar with writers that are part of the canon or classics of Hispano-Filipino literature in Spanish during the American period, which even paradoxically happened to be the golden age of Hispanic letters, but there are not many of them, and there are not many women. In fact, between the beginning of the Zobel Prize, which is a literary prize given to authors that write in Spanish, and it's not Nobel, but Zobel, to the philanthropist, Filipino philanthropist, we count 3 women in the list of winners. Paz Mendoza Guason, whose travelogue is going to be for sale out there in a minute. Inés Villasuico, who was given an award for her PhD that was titled Philippine on its Path to Culture. And Evangelina Guerrero Zacarias for her collection of poems titled Caleidoscopio Espiritual. Actually, both of them, Mendoza and Villa, were at the award ceremony that was held for Guerrero to receive this award together with other famous writers such as the poet Balmori that both Rocío and Winston have made reference to. I'm going to talk very briefly about Guerrero because perhaps you know her, and if you don't, then maybe this is the time to know, but it is the daughter of the poet, journalist, and lawyer Fernando María Guerrero, which means that she did have access to a large library and she had enough money in order to make writing a pastime. She got married, had a daughter, and though I don't know much about her life, I'm investigating a little bit more on the life and deeds of this kind of probably one of the best writers in Spanish from the Philippines. She was also admitted to the Philippine Academy in 1947, but she didn't accept the job. But in the 1930s, she did work for about 2 years as an editor of the Excelsior, in which she published her stories. Today, I'm not going to talk about her poetry, but another genre that she cultivated extensively, the short story, specifically some of the stories that were written in the Excelsior. The Excelsior was an illustrated magazine that ran from 1905 until the late 30s. And the covers of the magazine are notable for their Art Deco designs and for using images of women in various attires, as you can see here. And it is described on the very kind of digital classification of it as a magazine on social life in the Philippines. It includes a chronicle from Spain, short stories, a think it's here. You can read it there. Short stories by popular authors of the time with pictures of international events, interviews, poems, news about Hollywood and sports, and most likely wherever people could go to dance tango. There are two stories that are written in the same year, in 1932, which are the ones that I would like to talk about. The first one is called Hastío, which can be translated as weariness, boredom, ennui, and will serve me to talk about the domestic space, the house that gave title to my presentation. So I'm going to just tell you a little bit the story first. It starts with a conversation between two upper-class women, Maxima and Luisa. It begins in the living room of a house where Maxima is busy with some needlework, while her friend Luisa, a charlatana, speaks of her trouble with love, money, and married life. An internal monologue in the story puts it this way, the internal monologue of Maxima. So Maxima is thinking to herself. Luisa keeps talking about the eternal problem of married life, with its discrepancies and more or less serious divergences, the indispensable incompatibility of characters and temperaments. Luisa refuses to believe that Maxima does not share with her the dreams of an innocent maiden that she is having now and that perhaps both of them had before they got married, and that Maxima is content with married life and family. Some of the dreams that Luisa dreams of are related to material objects, to shopping, basically, to going to the mall, and having the means to entertain a social life, so sipping cocktails, going to these tango events, right? And she says it in the following way: if I had at least enough to follow my womanly whims, I would amuse myself by rolling from store to store, surrounding myself with all the beautiful things that my body craves. Then at least I would have something to occupy my idle hours and my lazy days. Luisa's frivolity and her vivacity in proclaiming that a new pair of shoes are more pleasing to her eyes than a cold kiss from her husband's, this is what she writes in the story, irritates Maxima, who, reflecting on her own family, wealth, and the tranquility of the house that she lives in, tells herself that indeed she is the type of well-to-do bourgeois, burguesa acomodada, content with the meek and mild affection of her closed one, as Luisa says of her. The story takes a turn when Maxima is ill in bed and accidentally reads a note from her husband's mistress, Magdalena, that was meant to go to him. This letter arrives at her bedside by hand of her own little daughter, so it's an accident. She hasn't been looking for this trouble. In the next scene, having Luisa next to her bed, she confesses, we can go back here to the scene of the bed. She confesses to Luisa on her fainting state that if she does not die from the fevers that she has, she will die of boredom. And the letter, as the words hastío, hastío are written to end the story. So through the characters of Maxima and Luisa, hastío takes on the conservative discourse of the Hispanized upper classes, which relegated women's happiness to the joys of the domestic sphere, while speculating on the consequences of, let's say, global capitalism at that time, on women, the awakening of their desire for material life, all this cosmopolitanism and entertainment that was brought through the American influence in the Philippines. And indeed, Balmori calls these desires the enemies of women in a 1928 poem from the same collection that Rocío showed earlier, Mi Casa de Nipa. And those enemies are basically vanity, miniskirts, ballroom dancing to jazz and foxtrot. Guerrero's story might seem to condemn Luisa's superficial desire while emphasizing Maxima's virtue as an angel of the house. However, she occupies the position of the victim of the infidelity of a husband that she loves and cares for. Luisa's fantasies about an alternative life to the one that she has at home, in the shopping center or in the dance hall, but that she cannot have, fantasizes about this alternative life. Maxima refrains from expressing any fantasies and embraces her role as the devoted, content wife. But then she is betrayed by the husband. Neither of them can fulfill their desire of a more entertaining life for Luisa and a perfect family for Maxima. They are dependent on other people and other circumstances, husband, lover, family, social expectations to achieve that. The ambiguity in these stories, which is what I see very much when I read her stories, is that she's giving us both perspectives of the same thing. So create other discourses, this ambiguity in fact creates other discourses on femininity that do not conform to the dominant image of the Hispanized elite, which in addition to the beautiful, innocent niñas and dagalas and kind of projections of male desire, could also be seen either as the feminist women of action, who were Guerrero's own contemporary and were leading the fight for women's suffrage at the very same time that she was writing this story. And I'm referring to public figures better known in the popular imagination or in the internet if you check right now, in Filipino history as the four mothers of Filipino feminism, such as Pura Villanueva Calao, Sofía de Beira, Rosa Sevilla de Alvero, Paz Mendoza Wasson, who actually did leave the house and occupied the streets. But not only the streets, the schools and the media. So Guerrero's model of womanhood is not that. In fact, I haven't found any story where there is a suffragette or, in fact, a catibunera, for example, a revolutionary depicted in these stories. But they do also not comply to the literary archetype of the Hispanic woman, the mestiza, whose passivity does not derive from a lack of desire or an incapacity to fulfill those desires, but simply it is a symptom of her vulnerability, who often comes to represent the vulnerability of the nation. In other words, in a lot of the literary archetypes that I find of women written by the classic Hispano-Filipino authors, women are mere metaphors that talk about the nation, and the nation that is colonized, that is taken, that is raped. I'm referring, of course, to Maria Clara, but also to other characters that appear in those foundational novels of Filipino nationalism, such as, in this case, Natalia from, otra vez, again, Jesus Balmori, Birds of Fire, a Filipino novel about the war, where the main protagonist is dishonored and is cruelly killed at the hands of the Japanese. So we have another bit of the colonial history that takes that figure as the innocent victim in the woman. So in contrast to this vulnerable Maria Clara's, Guerrero's story articulates another model of woman, which was a creature of her time, as we will see now, and of her class, the bored housewife. Although there are other places where women were bored, not just at home. They also became tired and idle in the mall, in the ballroom, and in the streets. Guerrero does not refer to the American ideal of the modern woman, the flapper, for example, or the socialite with the bobbed hairdo that also we saw in the clips from newspapers that Rocio showed. She also represents modern women outside the house as victims of another type of boredom and disappointment. Let's take a look at another story written and published in the same year, earlier, in fact, than the one that I just referred to, that is called Frivolidad, so frivolity. The main character of this story, Flavia, is a young woman who attends a ball. She spends the evening dancing, longing for the moment when the boy that she's in love with, Rafael, will pay attention to her. As Flavia had expected, Rafael sends a letter for her. In the letter, however, she is asking Flavia for help to conquer the heart of another woman. Not any woman, but Flavia's best friend, Maria. Disillusionment and the pain of unrequited love and friendship are the themes of this story. Frivolity, like hastío, like ennui, and all the other stories that I have mentioned earlier, I just listed them here, are stories about the life's chances from a woman's perspective, and they're also surrounded by a halo of pessimism and frustration and haunted by boredom. But both in the private space of the home with the traditional values of marriage and in the public space of courtship and consumer culture. Yet, the representation of boredom in women's writing is not new, nor it is understudied. In her book on women's British modernist literature, Alison Pease confirms that More than a limited set of experiences on the pages of literary novels, boredom in the earliest 20th century is a cultural phenomenon, a structure of feeling that involves affective, emergent, but not fully realized or defined personal and social relations in process. We can see how this moment where these Hispano-Filipinas are writing, it is a moment of convulsion, of very different discourses clashing into each other, and they're trying to figure out, what do we do? Should we tango or should we not tango, right? Pease further explains that the reason for the presence of the affect of boredom in modernist women's writing responds to two things. On the one hand, the struggle that it is to be what is expected of them. So she says, boredom emerges as an important register of British women experience as they become increasingly aware of their lack of access to what is valued in their society. So in the context of post-colonial, and I would write post with a slash, not in bracket, this is reflected in the conflict of discourses on moral values and social behavior between those inherited from the Spanish colonial past, which also coincide with the ones in Europe, and the new social order brought by the US in a moment of search for a national and individual identity that, of course, also affected women. On the other hand, this boredom is a consequence of this. Is a consequence of the struggle of every woman as second to man to become the individual, the knowing subject that the Western ideas of enlightenment will push for. More specifically, among these upper-class Filipinas and in the rest of the world, individuality was linked to civil status. So if you were to be out of the house, you better go and fight for suffrage. And if not, maybe stay home, but don't go dancing, in other words. Here, one might argue, I'm quoting Pease again, one might argue that early 20th century feminism is a quest for recognition by men and the legal and social entities they run and define. And here I brought some pictures of these other kind of action Filipinas that did travel, like the first picture, that did get diplomas at the university, that organized themselves into leagues of feminist women, and that were indeed condecorated with an award for actually achieving women's suffrage in 1935. And I'm referring to the picture there on your right to Pura Villanueva Calao. Secondly, the quote says, modernist literature of female boredom is a record of women's lack of recognition and a struggle for identity. So boredom is that state of, I don't know what to do, right? At the core of that struggle is the necessity to be recognized and the awareness of such difficulty. This awareness led to various manifestations of women's discomfort, which in different discourses, medical, sociological, philosophical, have been categorized as female malady, melancholia, hysteria, depression, or ennui, to name a few. There's a whole tradition of psychoanalysis and literature that looks at the concept of boredom, in fact, and not only about women, but also without dismissing the gendered aspect of boredom. And I can think of Nietzsche, Heidegger, Foucault, Lucy Garay, and Freud, to name a few. But what I find is interesting about boredom as a concept of analysis for this literature is that it's not just about defining a parasitic mood characteristic of upper-class rich women. It is its political function, of which I identify three. The first one is that boredom is a lack of subjectivity and an awareness of that. So as I just said, I can read in the words of Pease that she says, female boredom as depicted in modernism is not the acceptance of the lack of subjectivity, but rather a discomfited awareness of it. Boredom is neither effaced subjectivity nor its achievement. It is an awareness of the lack of a meaningful, satisfying subjectivity. So who am I? If I become a flapper, what consequences this is going to have? If I refuse to take on this role of gender of the house, what consequences is this going to have? The second one, this is a picture by Juan Luna. Do you think she looks bored? Second one, boredom as a defense mechanism. Oh, there's also a typo, also for doing this at midnight. boredom as a defense mechanism, so that works in a way that desire is repressed in order to gain social recognitions. The advantages of being an angel in the house are going to be better than not being an angel in the house, right? In Freud and Rowan's studies, says Peace, women are the victims of their own conflict with the social order. Women repress their desires in order to achieve the second gains of secure place in the social order, even though these result in their own hysteria, which presents as often in boredom as it does some other less acceptable symptoms. And here I brought a picture of this very classic story from the American tradition, the yellow wallpaper. I can see some of you nodding, so you've read it, where the protagonist not only keeps being further away in the house, of course, but further away to her own room, to bed rest, and she ends up becoming a little bit disturbed and starts thinking and looking at the wallpaper of the room and becoming mad, right? As an example of modernist experimentation, this is also a key text, right? So that those other symptoms would be eventually losing it. And finally, the third example that I want to bring is boredom as a form of protest, as a form of passive resistance that does not disrupt the social order, but expresses indifference to it. If I am bored and I don't care about anything, it is a form of protest in a way. It's not complying. A protest against a world that has already been made, in which women do not participate publicly as recognized citizen, intellectually as knowable subjects, or domestically as productively enjoying their tasks as mothers and carers and so on. Expressing writing in boredom is a form of not complying to the status quo by desiring and not desiring at the same time. And of course, Evangelina Guerrero writing about this, or at least I am reading this into her writing, but it's obvious, she says it. The title of the story is Boredom. is also a stance that is political. And here I come to my conclusions. So taking Guerrero as a sample, it might be possible to say that Filipino women's writing during the American period in Spanish was more political than we thought. One that aligns with the worldwide aesthetic in art and literature, as the paintings that I've brought to you tonight. Even the apparently banal and romantic stories that were published in the newspapers are examples of a literary modernism that is political through the writing of boredom. The concepts and aesthetics of boredom are not exclusive to British modernist writers, not to Americans, but find an exemplary case in this writer from the Philippines, Evangelina Guerrero Zacarias. Guerrero's story creates other models of womanhood than the dominant idea of the Hispanized conservatives elite and the modern Americans. The protagonists of the stories are haunted by boredom, a mood in which other women might have identified and consequently felt a sense of community. And I'm citing Peace again. Whether reading feminist manifestos, suffrage pamphlets, little magazines, or popular or genteel novels, modern women consumed narratives about themselves that allowed them to self-identify affectively as blocked, bored, dulled, and empty. Perhaps readers of the Excelsior might have felt sad or frustrated if they recognized themselves in these stories, but they might have also felt comforted by the thought that they were not the only one. Thank you. I hope I didn't bore you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Villa-Escusa. We now have time for questions from the audience. For those in the room, please approach the microphone, give your name, and then ask your question. And for those watching on YouTube, please enter your questions in the chat box. Yes, we have one question.
Hello, I'm Musica Adrineda. My question is for Rocio. What do you think is the role of the decline of Spanish speakers in the Philippines to the decline of the tango's popularity here? Thank you.
Well, the thing with tango is that there is no connection in that sense. So Spanish speakers were not so many anyway from the beginning, and then they started declining quite quickly from the 20s, and then very quickly from 1935 on. But tango was still a thing in the 50s. So there is no match there, and I have seen these these sections requesting lyrics, tango lyrics, were still on in magazines in the 50s, both in English and one or two that were left in Spanish. So that's the whole point. It's something that connects Spanish speakers with those who aren't Spanish speakers. So the decline of Spanish speakers didn't affect on the popularity of tango.
Thank you. We have another question, please.
Good afternoon. I'm Raymond, and this question for Dr. De La Peña. In your study, you showed that much of the malakas imagery came from volcanoes and mountains, things like that. I wonder why there wasn't much mention of seas or rivers, being that the Philippines is full of them.
I haven't looked at that aspect of in my reading. I just, or probably because I am more land-based than sea-based. I'm more from Luzon than from the Visayas. If I were Bisaya, I would probably look at the sea. But since I'm from Luzon, Tagalog, I was content with looking at the mountains and volcanoes. And take note that these poets were from the Tagalog region.
But isn't there also a connection with the folklore? So for what I have read, and it's not so much, I must say, but there are myths related to mountains. What is this name of this legend? Bernardo Carpio, related to mountain and also related to strength and being big. But rivers, for what I have seen, are more related to some spirits which are not especially big, or women in folklore. Is that right, or is it just a strange feeling? What do you think?
I wish I had an answer. I'm sorry.
Okay, we have another question, please. Okay, please, go ahead.
Hello, I'm Nikolai. This question is also for Professor Ortuño, but if anyone else has input, feel free to chime in as well. I was wondering if any of the writers of tango lyrics and music had ever written about, interacted with, or had any connection with Manila's cabarets and dance halls, because a lot of the moral panic and discourse surrounding tango, as with other dances, was because of their association with bailarinas, the dancing girls who were employed to dance at these venues and who were also often sex workers. They were perceived as fallen women. So I was wondering if that ever became part of the topic of tango lyrics, or if it ever became a concern for them that their genre was being associated with this big moral panic.
So the question is if they were writing about halls and if there was a connection with them being controversial, let's say. The thing is that the controversy around tango is not so much because of the lyrics, but because of the way of dancing it, which was very provocative. And the idea of men and women dancing in a sensual way was really disturbing especially for religious communities, because it was something recent that men and women could go and have fun together and in this so relaxed way, let's say. And tango specifically has a sensual component. But if Argentinian tango does have lyrics talking about brothels and prostitutes, Filipino lyrics, I haven't read anything about that. And that's something like specific for Filipino lyrics.
Thank you.
Thank you, please.
My name's Greg Banco from the History Department here at Ateneo. Could I ask, wonderful papers, thank you very much, all three of you. Could I ask about class, because it seems to be something that is missing from all, well, actually not the last paper, but mainly from the papers. And I mean, when we're talking about Spanish, and increasingly in the 20th century, we're talking about a very small number of people. Especially in comparison to English, I mean, so who's writing? What class is writing these novels in Spanish? More to the point, who are the readers of this? And aren't they an increasingly small and elite group that really is getting more and more divorced and alienated from the rest of the population? And that English, even though it obviously wasn't reaching everybody, was at least more democratic. It was reaching a larger and larger group of Filipinos. I mean, can you imagine any Spanish novel writing Carlos Bulosan's America is in the Heart in Spanish? So if you comment on that.
I was pointing at wisdom because, the first things that I was reading about class and this clash of the two societies co-living in Manila was written by wisdom. Yes, it is actually something very reduced, and I'm talking from my point of view. This was an elitist group, if not in an economic way always, at least, in a cultural way. So we are talking about a generation of people who are seeing how they are losing some kind of privilege with the new American period, colonization. Then let's think of the way of leisure that used to be going to the theater. Well, there were many kinds of theater, but for Spanish speakers, there were specific venues where they knew each other. They had this kind of idea of privilege also because of speaking in Spanish. And then the new ways of leisure with cinema, dancing halls, everyone speaking English, some kind of, it got democratic in a way, and that was something that was making them lose a privilege. So of course, the resistance to let go, it was a generational thing because of age, but also because of privilege, in my opinion. I'm talking for me, not for anyone else.
Shall I? Does it work? Yeah. Yes, absolutely agree with Rocío. And the question that you ask is very genuine. And I think it's the first question that we all ask each other when we read the first text. Who wrote this and for whom, right? So it is indeed a very small community that is feeding of itself, that creates and has the cultural capital, the economic capital to control the newspapers, to invite their friends to read and write, and to continue kind of perhaps resisting in for some reason the new cultural invader, right? But they are very small. And the thing that I wanted to add, even in the text, the presence of other classes is very, very small. Perhaps I would say that in Adelina Urrea's Cuentos de Juana's stories, where she tells the story that her nanny had told her, and includes Filipino myths and legends, are perhaps the approach to having two different classes within the same story, for example, right? So in that literary imagination of that author, that appears, but is very rare.
And sorry, what I wanted to add is that actually tango what did was get into other circles of society, other classes of society. So these Filipino authors were actually very minoritary and were a part of this kind of privileged elite or cultural elite, got the chance of reaching further with this tango and actually song lyrics, because it was not only tango that they were writing. So there is a change there. And I'm remembering a colleague of us, Ernest Harwell, who pointed out that in newspapers in English, you rarely saw poetry written. And in Spanish, you could see poetry written. very often, but you could see lyrics written. So they were in this way reaching some of the readers.
Just to add to what the two ladies said, the mere fact that the literature was written in Spanish was already a giveaway to the class, the writers. They belong to at least the middle class. They belong to the educated class. They belong to the sector that was debating whether to accept Protestantism, English, sorry, Smart's charging is calling me to pay up. So the mere fact that it's in Spanish identifies the readers. So the readers would be within their group. The stories or the literary works would appear in newspapers or in magazines bought by people within their circle. So I'm trying to recall the stories of Evangelina Guerrero. I could not remember a story wherein she talks about a poor family. No, the women, the husbands, they're all middle class. Doctors, architects, there's even a piano there. So the giveaway there is always the language.
I guess we have time for one more question, please.
Hello, I'm Joan from 1AB History. Despite most of the writings mentioned coming only a few decades or less after the time of the Revolution and widespread discontent against Spanish rule, much of the literature discussed by the panelists of this period displayed some kind of love or even nostalgia for Hispanic identity and culture. Moreover, it was even mentioned that the stories on Filipino women did not really mention katipuneras or Filipino revolutionaries, many of whom would have likely still been alive by this time. What does this imply about how these educated elites during the American period, these quote-unquote ilustrados who would have been spearheading the revolution like Rizal if they were born just a few decades earlier, look back on and remembered the recently past Spanish experience and the revolution itself?
Can you repeat the actual question? You are so right in everything you said.
What does this imply about how these ilustrados would have looked back on and remembered that experience, this revolution that had only recently passed?
It's difficult to answer this question, but I'm gonna pull out Rizal. So if his concern, the concern of Crisostomo Ibarra was to bring education to the Philippines, and they see that education has arrived, they might be happy. They might be frustrated that it wasn't in that language that they thought the revolution or the continuity of those ideals would have been. So the imagined nation perhaps is done in a way, but definitely not in the way that they represented it in these novels. Of course, we're talking about fiction. Maybe you want to answer something?
I forgot how I'm going to start. What's this? I would look at it from the perspective of this sector dichotomizing Spain. For you have to bear in mind that they were educated in the Spanish tradition. They acquired Spanish as the language of professional training, and they saw English as a threat. They saw Spanish as part of their ethno-linguistic identity. And the introduction of English, especially with the thrust of English Americans to marginalize Spanish, the Spanish speakers, represented for this group of Filipinos, it represented for them as a threat to their own identity. How did they look at Spain? I am reminded of what I read from Ramon Gomez de la Serna, Spanish writer, that the Filipino elite look at Spain two ways. One, that Spain was the cultural mother. Spain gave the Philippines the Catholic religion, the Spanish language, and the Hispanic way of life. At the same time, Spain was the tyrant, the former tyrant. So they did not, while they celebrated being the daughter of Spain, being the cultural mother, the writers did not also forget that some decades back, Spain was the oppressor. But you will see later in the poetry that the writer is saying, that's past now. We have to move on. So they stopped looking at Spain as the tyrant. As early as 1915, Cecilio Apostol was saying about, there's a new Spain, an imperialist Spain, but Spain that was not conquering lands, but was conquering hearts and minds through language and poetry.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. I'm afraid that we are out of time. Let's give our speakers a round of applause. We invite you to stay for the launch of 2 books by our speakers, Dr. Rocío Ortuño and Dr. Villa Escusa, which will begin shortly, and to refreshments after. On October 4, we will have the last of the panel presentations and the closing ceremony. We hope to see you there. Thank you, everyone.